Ready to start. I just want to do some housekeeping before we start. Anybody who doesn't know me, I'm Michelle Sharkey. I'm sure most of you would be aware of who I am by now. Just so you're clear, the bathrooms are just out the back door. We'll be using the door on my right through the day because we didn't want to obstruct the cameras. So just go out that door and to the left, and there is both disability accessible toilets plus the males and the females toilets. Live streaming will be happening all day, so we're on a bit of a tight schedule. This is the association's first attempt at live streaming, and while Rachel may be on point, we all know what I'm like with technology, so I'll be more nervous than she. So please be aware of the gentleman in the room. Please try not to obstruct the cameras if you can. They will be focused here on the podium. We've tried to dim the lights. There's been a little bit of an issue with dimming the lights, but we're keeping this light down the middle on, basically because we need the light for the camera. If anybody needs parking, in terms of parking ticket validation, please have a chat with Rachel and she will organise that for you. And other than that, I'm going to introduce you to our chair for this morning's session, and that is the lovely Linda Glanfield. Linda is the Secretary-Treasurer of this association and has been in that position for a number of years now. She's a life member of the Stroke Recovery Association and has worked with the association in her previous employments at Royal Rehab and at Northern Sydney Local Health District for over 20 years. So she's quite an achievement in terms of her history with the association and a long and very valuable history of stroke. So I'm going to hand over to Lynn now, and she will start the morning session.
Thank you. It's lovely to see everybody here this morning. Look forward to catching up with you during the day. So I'd like to introduce Uncle Graham Davis, who's from the Darebin Land Council, who'll be joining us to give a welcome to country. But I think before Uncle Graham does that, we're going to have a video, a short video.
We acknowledge
the traditional owners
and custodians of this land. We acknowledge
the waterways,
the land, the sky, and all who
inhabit this place.
Country.
We acknowledge
Our ancestors.
We acknowledge
Our elders.
who have gone before us.
And those who stand for us today.
We acknowledge our past
And stand here for our future country.
Very nice. Uncle Graham. Can I help you with those? Or?
Oh, no, it's all
You're
right.
right? Good.
Yep.
So, as I said before, Uncle Graham Davis from the Darebin Land Council to give welcome to country.
Just pulling out my boomerangs, and that happily have returned. Yeah, they have. That's really good. Yeah, I'm from actually on the board of the Darebin Local Aboriginal Land Council, and Darebin means it's the place of the rivers. That's what Western Sydney a lot is anyway. It's the rivers, and Darebin is actually the river of souls. So that's it's quite a deep meaning, and we actually changed our name from another name to that word because that's something that really agrees with our community and about who we are and about our values in Western Sydney. And the Darebin Local Aboriginal Land Council goes from Parramatta here to Mount Victoria, down to the northern bank of Warragamba Dam and Elizabeth Drive and up to Wiseman's Ferry along the Northern Road, and goes across to the Putty Road to Colo Heights, and you cut across the Wallamai to Bell, south to Mount Victoria, and down to the northern bank of Warragamba Dam. So that's quite a big area, 7 LGAs in that area. What I'm going to do is a welcome to country and as an acknowledgement to country. Our Land Council members are Aboriginal people from Western Sydney, and we come from all over New South Wales. And but in this song that I'm going to sing, it's a way of acknowledging the original peoples here, Parramatta peoples, the people of the clans that were here, and Aboriginal peoples that were here long time ago and are still here today. And what this song says, which is a really old song, actually, it's because this word's, even though it's got 11 words in the song, these words come from all over Australia, particularly all over New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia and Victoria. And because these words are so from such a wide area, I know that because I've studied linguistics and that, and I know that this song is an old song, so we're looking at 4,000 or 5,000 year old song. That's the protocols that's in this song. It's a very powerful song, and it's a good response. It's a beautiful video. I'm going to get our Land Council grab that video. Yeah, thank you for that. Because it complements what these young people and men and women have said. And what this song says, it says, "Wooba wooba minya mundi," or "Wallaby wallaby what many." Well, there's lots of kangaroo or lots of wallabies, but it means, or food could be, but it means there's lots of abundance, and that's what we have. We have abundance here of community, of people, of who we are all and what we represent. It's a big abundance of people. Then the song says, "Angui kuli birung." Angui means, it means soul. It could also mean agency and sovereignty. It's another couple of words to associate with that. It's the power in yourself, and that's what we use in healing a lot, is the sovereignty energy or the agency energy or the soul energy. It's very important, and we sit down, and because we means sit, it also means fire. So we sit down with the fire, but also there's law. Kuli is law, and Birung is Venus. And Birung, that little town next to Bankstown down there, meaning Venus, it touches on relationships. And relationships, what we talk about in Aboriginal culture is the Seven Sisters story, where the Seven Sisters came down from the sky and walked across the earth, and then the seven brothers, they saw them, they came down from Orion and followed the Seven Sisters. They were so in love with the Seven Sisters, but they tried to communicate with the Seven Sisters, but who were very shy and wouldn't talk to them. So the men had to think positively, had to then decide, okay, how do we communicate? So what they did was they created a song, and that song is sung today across the Milky Way between the Seven Sisters, Pleiades, and Orion, the seven brothers. And so that's how the Seven Sisters were able to respond when the men sang a song to the Seven Sisters. And Venus is the other fellow that came down, and he wanted to marry all the Seven Sisters, but he couldn't. So, and he was end up, when the Seven Sisters, they sort of got a bit fed up with this planet, and they went to Orion, Pleiades. Seven brothers went back to Orion, and Venus, he went to Venus. Yeah, so there's a book out there, What's the Men from Mars? Yeah, it's a bit opposite. in Aboriginal culture. But it's a very important part, I think. Sovereignty, agency, or the soul, and fire and law and relationship. It ties a lot in that. Then the rest of the song, it says, it talks about the stages of the emu. So I've got a boomerang here, which I'm going to sing the song with the emu on it. It just symbolises the emu woman. So she is the how can I put it? She's a really big healer in our community, and what she symbolises is our community. So this song talks about, it says mati mati wiri, or nest, and wiri is Coolamon. So I know that you are looking after this big Coolamon, which is the Stroke Recovery Association, everything to do with health and strokes and lots of other things. That's that Coolamon there. And so mati mati is where the little ones are. And then the song says one call, or those little baby striped emus, or teenagers, or young people. And then the song says Angui Kuli Birung again. Mariong Angui Kuli Birung. So Mariong is the adult emu, that town next to Blacktown out there, Mariong, the adult emu. And the adult emu understands the law, understands relationships, complex relationships, as we do. That's our job that we do. And atul mati, it says at the end. Atul means we go from a to o. So there's mostly in Aboriginal languages 3 vowels. In Aboriginal languages there's a, o, and e, and sometimes there's o, which is a diphthong. And so that a gets us into a lot of Aboriginal people in a lot of trouble, because that identifies us. That's our main letter or vowel that we say, a. As soon as they hear that on video recordings, oh, that's an Aboriginal person. And then mati is ascend. So we're going from a to o, we're ascending to the nest, and that nest is where everyone is. That's where we all are, in that nest, the elders. And that's where the parents, the adults are, and the young people, the teenagers, and also where the little babies are, and the little children, the infants. That's the most important level, and that's where we all are at this conference, is actually in the nest at the highest level, very, very close to the Creator and to Emu Woman that we have here, or the emu. So that's how I'd like to acknowledge this place. It's a 4,000 or 5,000 year old song. Wooba wooba minya mandi, Angui kuli berung, mati mati weary, wanko kuli berung, mariong atu mati, wooba wooba minya mandi, Angui kuli berung, mati mati weary, wanko kuli berung, mariong atu mati. Wooba wooba minya mandi, Angui kuli berung, mati mati weary, wanko kuli berung, mariong atu mati. Yue. So that's a song from this area, right on this ground here. And I'm just going to finish off a little bit with the heartbeat. I think it's good to bring in that energy, that atmosphere, and congratulations on your conference, what you're having here today. This is very, very important what you're doing. And that song that says it all, I think, of what our business is. And so I'll just play what I'm going to do is do 2 heartbeats. There's the slow one and the fast one. The slow one's the men, because we like sitting around and that. And the fast one is the women, because they make us get up and do some stuff, eh? Okay, thank you very much. And congratulations on what you're doing today, and from the Durban Local Aboriginal Land Council. And no, you're doing a fantastic job, and we see you, we know. And yeah, and if you want to come to Parramatta Jail, we've got that facility there out there too.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much, Uncle Graham. That was wonderful. What a great way to start. And there's a little gift for you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Oops.
Whoops.
I'll share this with our operations manager, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. What a great way to start our conference. That was wonderful. Indeed. Let's have another round of applause, I think. It's really good. Okay. And at this stage, I'd just like to do an acknowledgement of disability. So I would also like to acknowledge and pay my respects to all people who have a lived experience of disability, those joining with us today who have a disability, and those who share that journey with them as their support person. So next, to officially open the conference, we have John Garbett, President of Stroke Recovery Association. John.
Thank you, Lynn. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow members of the Stroke Recovery Association, on behalf of my fellow board members, I'd like to welcome you here this morning. The Stroke Recovery Association continues to be committed to our vision. That vision is to build a very strong organisation which is and has always been committed to using members and volunteers' lived experience of stroke to support and connect with other survivors, and thus ensure a better quality of life for those who survive this devastating, life-changing event. In 2022, the Stroke Recovery Association will celebrate 45 years of service to the stroke community. Quite an achievement for an organisation which began from such humble beginnings in the home of Anita and Alan Rosenberg, and supported by the vision of a young speech pathologist who is now not so young anymore, but continues to be involved with our Forestville group. We have grown and developed over the years, and we now boast a number of stroke choirs in response to COVID-19, a strong online community of groups. However, the Stroke Recovery Clubs still form the focal point of our organisation, with over 60% of our membership who still attend a club on a regular basis. The clubs are the backbone of the association's work. They continue to drive the direction and organisation, as they are the source of our information regarding the needs of stroke survivors and their families. The association has a very strong consumer base, and we regularly consult with members regarding issues affecting their lives. As an association, we are a valuable resource for those involved in planning and providing services to the stroke community. You, as members of our stroke recovery clubs, are an essential component of that resource. Our services include a large advocacy role, where we participate in a number of strategic planning committees throughout the state of for New South Wales Health, the Department of Human Services and Transport for New South Wales. We're also pleased to welcome this morning through our online community our friends from New South Wales Health Agency for Clinical Innovation, Stroke and Rehab networks. Live streaming is a new experience for us, and we're excited at the opportunity to provide both for members and our partners who were not able to attend in person to join us today. I guess that's something positive that's come out of COVID, is our use of technology to be able to interact where we wouldn't have previously. We have a wonderful couple of days planned with an excellent program of speakers. Our goal is to give you and our online guests an update on what is happening in stroke, with particular focus on new technologies. We are privileged to be able to provide first class and well-renowned speakers from New South Wales Health, our university partners who work in both the acute and rehab areas of stroke. These speakers will highlight how services in New South Wales are continually moving forward in understanding the causes of and the new and improved treatment of stroke. As you would have seen on your arrival, there are a number of displays by our partner organisations outside. The Association endeavours to connect with as many organisations as possible to ensure they are cognisant with and open their services to cater for survivors of stroke. In session 2, we will give them an opportunity to engage with our online guests, while those of you present will have the opportunity to speak with them at the break. They are organisations that offer services which are relevant to survivors of stroke throughout New South Wales, and will have something to offer each and every one of you, no matter where you come from. The theme of the conference is building capacity. I urge you to use this opportunity that you have over the next 2 days to do just that. Learn from the presenters we have for you, but more importantly, connect and learn from each other. Tomorrow, you'll have the opportunity to discuss and share your ideas. Sharing ideas is how the organisation has grown and strengthened over the years. It is hoped that when you return to your local clubs, you'll be energised and inspired by the speakers who will share their experience and knowledge with you today, and the colleagues you meet and talk with over the next 2 days. On behalf of my fellow board members and our association staff, I'd firstly like to thank you for coming. I know many of you have travelled a long distance to join us. I'd also like to very warmly welcome you and all those joining us online. I trust that you will have a very enjoyable and positive learning experience with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Now we can move on to our first speaker of the day. Is Dr. Evans here? Oh, he's online. I beg your pardon. I didn't realise that. Okay. Well, welcome, Dr. Evans. I would like to welcome to the conference this morning our keynote speaker, Dr. James Evans. Dr. Evans has just recently been elected to the position of Medical Co-Chair of the New South Wales Agency for Clinical Innovation Stroke Network. Dr. Evans is a neurologist with subspecialty interest in stroke. He completed his neurology training on the Central Coast and in Sydney in 2016. He also completed 2 stroke-specific fellowships, one at Gosford Hospital and a year at the well-regarded Calgary Stroke Program in Canada. He has a specific interest in neurovascular imaging and stroke system implementation. James is the head of stroke services at Gosford Hospital on the Central Coast of New South Wales, and he's also the Deputy Director of the New South Wales Tele-Stroke Service. He's also a Conjunct Fellow, School of Medicine and Public Health at Newcastle University. James has a keen interest in supporting service delivery improvements across the whole acute and subacute stroke patient journey. He has been actively involved in quality improvements for hyperacute stroke care both locally and regionally. James is passionate about real-time data analytics that allows a data-driven understanding of care and an active approach towards system improvement. This is James' first appearance as the co-chair of the ACI Stroke Network, and in his presentation today will address Stroke 2021 and beyond. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Evans.
Okay, so can everyone hear me? Okay, great. So thank you for that kind introduction. As you heard, I have a number of hats today. I'm really coming to you with my telestroke service hat on, because a lot's been happening with the telestroke service, and it's getting very exciting, and we're really building. And I would just like to sort of take you through some of the work we're doing and show you a bit of what a telestroke consult is like. So the talk in general was going to be a bit of an update where we're up to, where telestroke fits into that, and then a bit of reflection on the last 12 months or so since the beginning of the telestroke official journey. And I'll show a clinical case, and then we will talk about where to from here in terms of telestroke and beyond. So as you're all very well aware, stroke is a really significant problem in Australia. It's a major cause of disability, and importantly, a large percentage of stroke survivors are of working age. You all have a very good understanding, no doubt, of the way a stroke occurs. There is death of brain early, and an expanding core, which means that if we're able to unblock the blockage, then we can salvage the so-called penumbra, if we can open the vessel in time. As well aware, there are treatment options for stroke. This is new and hasn't changed recently, with thrombolysis, with alteplase, and endovascular clot retrieval. In 2015, there was a number of clinical trials which demonstrated the benefit of clot retrieval, and I don't think this is something I need to go over today. In 2017, there was further trials which suggested that expanding the time window for delivering clot retrieval, something that was also significantly beneficial. So therefore, what therefore is the problem? And basically, the problem that we face is the size of our state and country, really. On top of that, regional Australians are far more likely to experience a stroke. They're also more likely to have more significant disability as a result of their stroke. And this is in part due to the systems of care. And the stroke specialists are located in metro areas, and so people in more rural areas just don't get the access to the same level of care that their metro counterparts do. So here is the role for telestroke. It's not a new concept, and it has been utilised throughout the world, with the Victorians having a great system already well and truly set up. And basically, it just brings us to the patient. But for a long time, there was no funding in this state. So some time ago now, 2017, we commenced a pilot program starting at Coffs and Port Macquarie. Basically, it was myself and one other neurologist who just put up flyers saying, call us if you've got a stroke patient. And we got CT perfusion set up there on the computers, and with some really key local support, we were able to start taking scans, or taking calls and making decisions on patients' care. We combined our data with the John Hunter telestroke network as well, and because they were providing care within their own LHD, but we were able to demonstrate that it's possible to provide care across LHD boundaries, and the combination of the data from their project and our project combined showed that there was definitely benefit and it was feasible to do. So in 2019, there was a $21 million election promise to build a telestroke service over 3 years. It was a little bit impacted by COVID, as we were unable to get out to the sites, but we're kind of back on track and looking to deliver those 23 regional sites by the end of that 3 years. And the good thing about it is it's really just leveraging existing technology that's there. We use Skype for Business for our teleconferencing needs. We've got the perfusion software Rapid there, and we've also got a documentation program, and the EIR, which is a standing imaging viewing platform that we use. None of this is particularly fancy or new. Here is the model of care, which I'm just going to skip over because I think this next slide shows it a bit better. Basically, a spoke hospital, somewhere, say, for example, Coffs Harbour, would call us. They would notify us that there's a patient who has the symptoms of a stroke. We would confirm that that sounds like a good case to take to the scanner, and they would take the patient to the scanner. We would then join up with them after reviewing the images as they come to us, in the moment, and we then assess the patient. Now, there is 6 and growing neurologists on the service, and we do it all via teleconference, as you would understand, and then we make decisions on the patient's care with the local teams enacting those treatment plans. And if the patient needs to be transferred, then we arrange the transfer to the endovascular centre, and the patient goes there to get therapy. I'm not going to go too much into detail because I don't think that's really what good use of the time. But this is a really important part of our service. So many patients come in with all different sorts of presentations, and we really want to make sure we're being called about the right patients that we can provide the most benefit. And this is a screening tool, which is an online web form that they basically fill out, and it tells them, based on the patient's premorbid function, based on the timing of the onset of the symptoms, the severity of the clinical deficit, whether or not there's going to be benefit in getting us involved. And so, yeah, that's the first step for them to perform. We've also used that same platform to create documentation. So we have a tick box styled, again, web form. You can see there's a bunch of tabs there next to clinical history, exam, investigations management, that we just basically go down, and it produces a standardized note, much like what you would see on the right. So that way we make sure that our documentation is very solid. It is ticking all the boxes of important things that we need to cover, and giving us prompts if in the moment, something could be forgotten. Because we're using this web-based form, we can, or platform really, we then get the data. So this is an oldish slide. We're obviously well past September, but you can then look at a site and really break down the metrics of when did they call you for each patient, how long did it take them to get to the CT scanner after that, and it allows you to really dig down into local process issues. Ideally, those trials all showed that the quicker you can deliver the care to these patients, the better the outcomes are going to be. And so the challenge really is improving the processes such that every patient gets a really good go. And looking through these sorts of bits of data is incredibly useful, because sometimes it's an unavoidable problem, but sometimes someone's missed something or the process has not been followed, and it's a really good opportunity to draw everyone back to the importance of following the protocols, because when the protocols are followed, we do see some really great times. You can see in the door to alert there, if that's showing up big enough, you can see sometimes they're calling us under 10 minutes. So the patient's just arrived, they're calling us, we're in on the case, we're assessing them, and we're treating them quickly, which is going to give the better outcomes. This is the imaging platform. It's a pretty standard imaging platform, to be honest, but it does give us workstation capabilities. It allows us to really manipulate the imaging. And the most important thing about it is it sends to us before it sends to the local PACS systems. So it's sent across the internet before they can even see it locally. That's how fast it's coming to us. And that's really critical, because we need to make fast decisions. And so getting the scans sent to us straight away, we're looking at them before the patient's even off the scanner, and we're working towards making decisions. This is the tech that we use. That's one of the workstations on wheels to the right there, and you can see that there's a camera, there's a phone for private conversations, there's also a speaker there that allows us to broadcast to the whole room if we wanted to. We definitely see discussion with patient and family as a really important part of stroke, hyperacute stroke management. and it allows us to discuss things like consent. We've got information sheets that we can provide to the patients about the therapies that we're recommending, and it also allows us to essentially be in the room on the computer there for the process of giving the drug and working through, because sometimes these drugs are given infrequently, and have someone who's seen it done hundreds of times is extraordinarily valuable. This is an example of Coffs Harbour. It's a slightly old slide. Before 2016, there's essentially no thrombolysis given, which, obviously TPA was proven to be beneficial in 1995. So this is an example of what it's like at many of these sites. In 2017, we started doing the pilot, and whilst we were getting some okay times, we were certainly getting some very slow times. And you can see that once we got the proper funding and we got an ability to put together a package for these sites, which included a structured education program, we've been able to focus the door-to-needle time. So each one of these dots is a patient that got treated, such that they're, we're getting more patients treated, and the overall times has dropped by half an hour in terms of the median treatment time. So this is only going to improve as we really bed the system down over the next few years. So it's time for a case. We have a female here who, I'll just sort of step through it how it would fly for a usual telestroke case. So this is a patient that has no significant past medical history or regular medications, school teacher, and she awoke with symptoms and was last seen well at 10 p.m. She had a bit of a headache, and it was noted that she had aphasia, as in she couldn't talk. She tried to call her sister on the phone and was unable to talk properly, who called an ambulance, and she presented to the hospital at 7 a.m. Her vitals were stable, and her findings were that she had an aphasia and a right-sided sensory and visual inattention. She wasn't able to tell that there were things happening in both visual fields, or she wasn't able to detect sensation on both sides at once. Now, they were very quick, and they contacted us 6 minutes into her arrival, which is fantastic. And this is her perfusion scan as they would come through. So what we're looking at here is anything that is in red is predicted to die, no matter what we do. And anything is green is salvageable. The numbers down the bottom tell you a more quantitative view of that. So the red adds up to 11 mils, and the mismatch, the green, is 50 mils. So that's how much brain is potentially salvageable if we can open up the blood vessel in time. And this is a patient at Coffs. And so as you can see, there's an interesting, decent sized perfusion lesion there. The next step really is to focus on the non-contrast CT brain and look in that same area. Basically what we're doing is we're trying to compare the affected area with the other side, essentially, to see whether there's any early ischemic changes. On this slide mainly, you can see that in that region where the perfusion lesion is, sorry, I don't have a pointer, there does look like some subtle asymmetry to the other side, but overall it looks very good. It looks like this brain is definitely salvageable, and that's in keeping with the perfusion scan as well. This is the CT angiogram. Again, it all comes through very quickly, and I'll direct your eyes, again, unfortunately I don't have a pointer, but I'll direct your eyes to the right that it is going to curl around the corner. And if you just keep following that vessel as it's now trending down, it's facing down now, it's going down further, and you see it's just not progressing beyond that point, and now it's disappeared. If I go back, you can see it's just looking like a stump. So this is what an occlusion looks like. So to summarise, we've got a independent. She's a teacher. She's a wake-up stroke, so she is about 9 hours since she was last seen normal. She's got a significant deficit, including language and neglect, which is a disabling deficit as well. And her imaging shows a favourable profile without any significant changes on her non-contrast scan. She has salvageable brain on the perfusion scan, and she's got what we would define as an M2 occlusion. So obviously this is a patient we really want to treat, yeah? Is she even eligible for any of the reperfusion therapies? And I'll just go back because I'm spoiling it. But the reason that I asked that question is technically she's outside the 4.5-hour window for thrombolysis, so that should be contraindicated. And also those trials that I showed you, they were all talking about more proximal lesions. So they were talking about occlusions in say the big major vessel before it turned around the corner on the slides of the CT angiogram that I showed before. So she's got a smaller vessel that's occluded, and that again is not in keeping with the trials. So this is the sort of case that I think is excellent to show, because if you're not an expert in stroke, then you're not aware of some smaller data, some smaller trials that are encouraging for patients in these sorts of groups. So there is some data to say that M2 occlusions are safe to perform clot retrieval in, although that's outside of the major trials. And also there is data that in certain circumstances, especially in a highly favorable profile, that giving thrombolysis is a safe and appropriate thing to do in wake-up strokes. So because of that, she was given treatment, and she was accepted to John Hunter Hospital for clot retrieval. And unfortunately, her daughter needle time was a little slower than what we would have liked, especially after such an early call. With these cases that are a bit fringe, you really need to make sure that you are assessing the patient adequately. And because she is on the borderline of being appropriate for some of these therapies, it was important to clarify that and explain fully that this is not a straightforward slam dunk scenario, and many even neurologists around the state might say that this is not indicated to treat this patient. So in a case like that, you really need to make sure that everyone's aware that the treatment that we're providing in this instance is the right thing to do, and that we've considered all the options and explained that we're basing this decision off a less solid basis for the data. Anyway, so the patient got the drug, and by the time they arrived at John Hunter Hospital, they had improved. And this is a repeat perfusion scan. You can see in the bottom left of the screen, those numbers have gone from 11 and 50 to now 0 and 4. And it's essentially a normal CT perfusion. So obviously ECR or clot retrieval was not required. This is her follow-up MRI. You rarely walk away from these things without some stroke, and you can see anything that looks a little bit bright on that right side of screen, left side of the brain is an area of stroke. So she's had a smaller bit of stroke there in the insular cortex, and a few other little bits of bright white dots around the place. All of those bits are small areas of stroke, which would essentially unavoidable. Interesting to note, there's a white dot on the other side, suggesting she's probably got a cardiac source for her stroke. But yeah, so this was a case treated by Ken, and this is how we presented at our meetings. So each week we go through all the cases and we talk about the treatment metrics. And in this case, I think it was some venous access issues that made the time from the initial door to the CT a bit longer, which sort of bumped back the treatment time as well. And basically, the message from this case is that these aren't always straightforward decisions. Oftentimes, patients are borderline, and it's ideal to have subspecialists making these tricky decisions. All of us who are on the telestroke service stroke is our only patients that we see. And so in this case, it was really great in that she didn't require the procedure, and it definitely, in the cases where it takes a long time to get someone from coughs to John Hunter, in the order of sort of 4 hours, having the ability to give thrombolysis and send them often is working out well. So we're getting a lot of patients that are opening up the vessel before they get there. Obviously, there's always process pieces to improve on, and we would have loved to have had her treated sooner because potentially we could have saved more brain. This is, as of May 13, this is the data of our treated or our seen cases. We've seen 745. We've taken over 1,000 phone calls, and we have reperfused 133. The bigger the circle on the map is the more cases that we've seen from that place. Obviously, Port Macquarie and Coffs Harbour are the largest because they were the two sites that kicked us off. And then, so to wrap up the remainder of my time, part of the brief was and beyond. And so, well, firstly, we've got a lot more sites to extend to. We're about halfway in our implementation at the moment. We've got 11 of 21 or 23 sites up and running. We have a lot of work to do to get all of those up and running. And then when they're up and running, there's a lot of sort of maintenance to make sure that, these sites are running well, because, we need to be called early. We need to get the patient through in a timely fashion. And as we sort of expand, the other things that are going to be really interesting will be things like taking on a research trial, which is a trial looking at tenecteplase, treating patients with tenecteplase. It's a multinational trial, and as a telestroke service, we're very well positioned to provide really important cases to some of these really practice changing trials, which can improve the way we care for patients beyond this year. And a big part of that is thought to be tenecteplase, which is a drug that has had some mixed literature, but we think it's quite promising. And treating some of these patients with large vessel occlusions with thrombolysis in very highly selected cases is where we think it's going. So basically, ignoring the time window, focusing on the metrics of the scan and the quality of the scan, and treating patient based on the image clock rather than the arbitrary time window clock. Another thing that's going to come about over the next few years, not straight away, is a stroke ambulance, which is predominantly going to be metro, but this will come essentially on board as another sort of telestroke site. So when it comes up on board in probably a few years, we will be taking calls from a stroke ambulance with the same capabilities, same process, but trying to get patients treatment in the field. Which will be a first for New South Wales. They've got one, building a second in Victoria, and there is some good data around the world to show that this has provides some benefit. So I tried to keep it pretty snappy because I would like to leave lots of time for questions.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Evans, for that presentation. And I was just sitting there thinking, for someone who's worked with stroke patients for 20, 30 years, and for people here who've had their strokes that length of time ago, it's just so wonderful, the work that you and your colleagues are doing in that acute phase of stroke, and how it's having benefits long term for people with stroke. So again, thank you very much for that significant work that you're doing. So I shall open up to questions.
Thank you, Lynn. And for those online, we have a telephone number which you can text your question in, which is 0447 298564. So we're going to take some calls from the audience first, and then anyone online who'd like to text in a question, 0447 298 564. Okay? Questions from the audience?
Oh, there's yes, this one first.
When you mentioned daughter time, did you mean getting permission from the actual relative, or...?
It came up on the it came up on the feed as daughter, not door to needle time, James. So I should have clarified that. It's just the way the feed reads when we speak, unfortunately. But it's door to needle time. Is that correct?
Door to needle. Yeah, I'm trying to go so quickly in these cases that door to needle just may blur into a single word.
Daughter. Sorry, we have another question over here.
Michelle, Brenda.
Oh, Brenda, sorry, lovey.
Hi, James. It's Brenda here. Just a couple of questions. Over the last years, there's been talk about extending the thrombolysis time from 4.5 to longer. And you talked about that lady who'd been a wake-up stroke, so clearly longer than the 4.5 hours. Are there parameters around who can get in the extended window?
There are, and it's very much an imaging-based paradigm. So certain patients who are meeting the criteria on an imaging basis are eligible. So if you present now within 9 hours, then depending on what your imaging looks like, you may or may not be eligible. Basically, if we think that the brain is dead already, then it's not worth giving the treatment. In fact, it's higher risk. So it all just depends on what the scan looks like, pretty much.
Okay. And look, my other question was, before the drug of choice used to be alteplase, and so it's now become tenecteplase. What's the rationale behind that?
It's still alteplase. There definitely is a move towards tenecteplase around the world. Some states in Australia are using tenecteplase, and in New Zealand as well. Okay. But in New South Wales, we feel that the data just isn't quite there yet. Okay. I mentioned the Eternal trial. That's going to be a large trial that's going to be run in New South Wales, and as I say, hopefully with telestroke involvement as well. And that will be looking at tenecteplase. There is a number of trials from around the world that have looked at tenecteplase, some with showing not significant benefit, some showing significant.
Okay, thanks very much for that.
So, it's kind of a work in progress.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Do we have any other questions? Pam?
Hi, James. I'm just wondering how many centres have now got clinicians trained in clot retrieval?
Still very small. So the sites that we are sending patients to, and by the end of the telestroke rollout, will include John Hunter, Prince of Wales, Liverpool, RPA, Canberra, and we'll also send patients to Melbourne and also Adelaide for Broken Hill. So not many sites, but at the same time, you don't need many sites.
Any other question? No one else in the room? Questions?
I'm going to ask one, James, if that's okay. Michelle Sharkey here. I was just wondering if you could just give if you've got the information there, the brief rundown of how they're running out the sites. So we know Port Macquarie and Coffs Harbour are live in terms of they're the ones who are actively now using telestrokes. What's the sort of schedule for rolling out all of the others?
Sure. So we're up to about 11. So I'll just go by region. In Mid-North Coast, we have Lismore, Grafton, Tweed, Port and Coffs. They're all live. In Western, we have Orange, Dubbo, Bathurst. They're all live. Broken Hill yet to come on, probably late in the year. We've got Shoalhaven, which is also live. We've got Griffith and Deniliquin, which are live. We are soon to bring on Wagga. We are also soon to bring on the Hunter region, so 4 sites there. And then I think we've got Southern, so Maruya, Bega, and a few others down there. And we are hoping to have most of these up and running by early next year.
That's an amazing achievement in a very short period of time. I noticed when you did your figures that you've basically treated 133 out of 745, and that equates really to about 18%. So have you got the figures for if you were to go into a hospital, say in the Sydney metropolitan area, what the figures would be for TPA administrating then?
It's a loaded question. It depends on the centre that you go to be honest. Some centres are really excellent and some are not delivering that level, certainly.
Because 18% is really very good, in my thinking, in terms of the administration of TPA. And would you have the figures in terms of endovascular clot retrieval? How many of those would then go on to have ECR?
Yeah, I don't have them off the top of my head, but it would probably be about a third that would have clot retrieval as well.
Excellent. Excellent.
Michelle.
There's Lady
Michelle. Oh, there's a gentleman over that side first.
Okay.
And then we'll come to you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Doctor. A few years ago, they were trialling a portable scanner that they were going to place in ambulances. That's about 3 or 4 years ago, and I've never heard anything more about it since. Can you tell us what the progress of that is? Because they can diagnose patients on their premises as soon as the ambulance gets there, but we don't seem to hear anything more about it now.
I did mention it as the last thing in my talk. So the stroke ambulance, that's what that is. So it's an ambulance that's decked out with a CT scanner, and it basically allows us to assess the patient, as you say, on the roadside with a view to directing the patient to a clot retrieval centre or getting them to start the thrombolysis, on site. So yes, very promising, very interesting, still a bit of a way off in New South Wales, especially like if you think about the Victorians, they're already up and running with theirs and they're using it. And yeah, we're just working through getting that up. And as I mentioned in the talk, there will be essentially another telestroke site calling us, and we'll be sitting there making the decisions on those cases as well.
Hi there, Dr. James. My name's Louise. I'm from Western Sydney. I was admitted to Nepean Hospital 19 months ago. They have an acute stroke ward, but they're not mentioned in any of the big hospitals. So, like Nepean is a major hospital in Western Sydney, and it's becoming even bigger. And you've also got Westmead. Luckily for me, I only live about 5 minutes from the hospital, and I was admitted straight away. And luckily they had a new neurologist on call that night. So for me, it all came down to who was there on the night and how lucky I was to get thrombolyzed so quickly. So it really, for me, I think it was a stroke of luck, whereas some other patients that I had come across were ferried from hospital to hospital before they even really had a clear diagnosis of what happened to them. So it just, for my story, it's just luck of the draw, really. So I feel for, I think the bigger hospitals need to be included for those on like the on call with what you do. So.
Yeah, look, it's definitely that this is the reason that the telestroke program exists, in that different sites have different level of stroke care depending on when and where you rock up. So it's definitely a problem. As to the major metro sites, yeah, certainly it is a bit of the luck of the draw sometimes, depending on which site you go to and at what time. It's challenging to, to fix that in a sense, and it's a sort of bigger discussion, really. I think for a long time, stroke care and hyperacute stroke care hasn't, really been recognised as much as what it should have been. And, lots of hospitals are underfunded for delivering this sort of care. Some places are grossly, different in terms of their stroke staff. The fact is, though, there's probably 10 or 15 people in the whole state trained in stroke, specifically neurologists with a special interest in stroke. There's just not enough to go around. And, so what we're trying to do really with a program like this is to promote stroke as a good career choice and get more stroke neurologists involved. And, and over time, that's going to uplift a lot of these sites. Nepean is a good example where, they're crying out for extra stroke people, but there's just no one. So, in due course, we're working hard to try and lift the tide kind of thing across the board. And Nepean was flagged to be a potential telestroke site at one point until they got their system up and running. That's not going to happen now, but I think as we complete the rollout and things, there is potential for other hospitals, metro ones even, to be part of the telestroke service. It just it's a matter of having the people and the funding and all the rest of it. So yeah, it's definitely something that we'd be open to.
James, before I take the next question, can you just talk about the discussions going on with ambulance about bypass of the smaller hospitals to the major hospitals, particularly with stroke?
Yeah, so I don't really want to sort of say too much on it, but sometimes in as part of this conversation, it's a good little segue. What we're trying to do is get the patient to a place where they can get the treatment quickly. And sometimes arriving at a smaller hospital that's not got the facilities or the expertise is not a good thing for you. So particularly, there exists currently rules for ambulance to bypass smaller centres in the 4.5 hour window. But what we're hoping to bring forward, with my ACI hat on now, is setting up the rules such that patients who are likely to have a large vessel occlusion would be bypassing those smaller hospitals in the extended time window as well, so that we are, getting the right patients to the right centre where they can get their treatment quickly.
I've just got a couple of questions online before I go to the next caller. The next speaker in the room. Is there a plan to continue to upskill doctors in rural communities to potentially take the pressure off needing to use telestroke services?
Yeah, there's not to my knowledge. Certainly, I think with things like neurology is a great example. The different subspecialties of neurology are getting increasingly more challenging to be across. A good example is MS therapies. So MS therapies are getting extraordinarily complex, such that I wouldn't feel comfortable as a neurologist prescribing MS therapies because there are just too many options and you really need to be an expert in delivering it. So I feel like the same is true with stroke heading. It's, we are meeting with these sites and we're helping them uplift their stroke service, because a stroke service is more than just the first hour. But in that first hour, it's only going to get more and more complicated and more niche circumstances when you can and can't treat. So I feel like expertise is going to be needed. But as I say, stroke care is more than just the first hour, and by all means, we're doing our best to help uplift the locals with support of their service as well.
Okay, that's fine. Just one more. Do you see the telestroke expanding to more sites than those that were already mentioned?
Yeah, so it's hard to know. I think certainly the stroke ambulance as one of those, yes. Other sites, it depends. I think there's a potential that other smaller sites might, that are more remote might put their hand up, and yeah, I think we're up for that if it's going to make sense from a patient's perspective.
Just one more from the floor.
Hi. Because they've found this needle to stop you having that corona thing, have they found out why people have strokes and why strokes happen even in babies that are still in their mother's belly?
Ooh, yeah, so the cause of stroke is another thing that stroke experts get very good at looking for, and there is a very long list of causes of stroke, from carotid disease to atrial fibrillation to small vessel disease within the brain. So I think I would say the answer to that is it kind of depends on each case. So what we would do is we would assess the investigations that I've just mentioned, looking at those particular things, and we would look at, depending on the age of the patient, we would look at other sort of more specific tests if required, and what we would be trying to do is establish what the underlying cause is, such that we could treat the cause appropriately with a view to minimising the risk of it happening again. So I can't really give you like a one brush stroke cause, because in each patient it's often a different cause.
Thank you. Our next question.
Hello, James. My name is Judy. Just going back to Louise's question, she said that she was lucky she got into Nepean. Now, really, why was Nepean sidestepped to be a hospital? One of our members went there and she couldn't get any help at all. There was no neurologist available to see her. She's actually left our group now because she didn't get the help that she wanted. But why is Nepean, which is a great big teaching hospital in the area, and I mean it stretches such a wide area.
Yeah, the answer to this is that it's above my pay grade. The neurologists were up for seeing these patients, and it was between the executive of Nepean Hospital and the ministry, and then a decision was made, and we're going with the decision. So
who do we speak to get something done?
Three local members.
I would speak to the executive at Nepean. I will caveat that it was known at Nepean that, or the whole idea of Nepean coming onto the service was that it was an interim step until they are able to stand up their own staffing.
Okay, so you're saying just go back and have a chat to the people there who make the decisions. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, because they decided that it wasn't going to happen, so we said, okay, fine.
And just I guess a subsection of that, I guess one of the issues is that Louise was saying that she was lucky that there was a neurologist on call at that time. So does that mean that there is not a full-time neurologist at Nepean, or you don't know the answer to that? You can quite easily say that.
I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
Yeah.
And the answer appears to be no, there's not. So that might be something we need to have a look at, really. Yeah. Any other questions from the floor?
One more here, Michelle.
Sorry.
This gentleman.
Cognitively challenged, sorry.
Hi, my question is similar to the last one regarding I had a stroke in this November last year, and I was shipped to a hospital in Sydney, St George Hospital, and they had an MRI machine, so the ambulance took me to St George Hospital, but I waited there for over a day, and then they sent me back to the local hospital near where I live. So there was no chance that I could have anything like that done. So I suffered a stroke. So why do I have to wait for people when I can do something in that hospital?
Yeah, look, as I mentioned, this is the unfortunate situation of our state at the moment, in that not everyone gets the same crack, and it's there. And all I can say is we're doing our best to fix that. The clinicians all understand that this is not where we should be, and there's a very, very large group of people from the ACI, from eHealth, from the telestroke clinic are all working towards trying to improve these things, and including the ministry. So it is seen as a priority, and it's heartbreaking to hear these sorts of stories. All I can say is that we're doing our very best to fix it.
James, could I just ask you to just give the group a little bit of a background on Scrawl and how that is used in assessment of patients when they first come in, and how we're hoping that might move forward to better treatment and better access?
Yeah, so I did mention it in the talk, but I did kind of skim over it. We had that online web tool that we get the local site to fill in, and it's a very useful way of answering the three key questions of, would the patient be eligible for hyperacute therapy, such as the drug or clot retrieval? We're looking at their premorbid function, their time of onset, and their level of clinical deficit. And so that's the first bit of it. It gives them a structured assessment, the local site structured assessment in which to perform and then call us with. And then after that, I showed a little bit of the documentation process, which allows us to document in a structured way to make sure we're including all the other things that are important in stroke care, because a lot is said and done about whether or not we give thrombolysis, but it's just as important to make sure the swallowing is assessed properly, that the blood pressure is well managed, the sugars are well managed, etc. So there's a lot of other bits that go into that note and that are important. Now, I also mentioned in the talk that it does show us the data. And to be honest, that's the thing I think that's extraordinarily useful for us to be able to draw on when we're discussing the processes with these sites. And it really gives the site the control of their own service. They can look through it, they can see, okay, well, we had a patient here that it went really slow for. What happened? How do we, do I need to talk to the trainee to worry why they didn't call sooner, or these sorts of things?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the floor?
And I think that just demonstrates what James was saying and what some of the comments have been, that ongoing work that's going on through ACI and other services to improve stroke services across New South Wales. Do we have time for one more?
This will be our last question.
Last question.
Hi, James, it's Eloise again. I was just really hearing the story of the gentleman just sitting in front of me, being shipped from one hospital to another, and then yet I was picked up by the ambulance. They rang through to the ED at Nepean and told them what was happening, and I had a team of people waiting for me. And then I had some people that were in rehab with me at the time. I was in Nepean for 4 months, and I had to learn to walk again, and then I was down in the rehab ward for about 16 weeks and up in the acute ward for 2 weeks. They've got those facilities to help people, but yet Nepean's not a site for the stroke. I just don't get it. It's like I've won the lotto. When I hear my story against the gentleman in front of me, I'm just forever grateful, but I just think it's so unfair that there's just such inconsistency out there. It just makes no sense. And being that Nepean is widening with housing estates and moving more people into the area, getting much larger than it used to be, because it used to be a little country hospital. Now it's massive, and they're building great big tall towers of new infrastructure, yet they're not a stroke site. I just don't get it. It's crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the answers, as I say, because I wasn't privy to those conversations. It may very well be that the hospital is committed to build up their stroke service, I just, and therefore doesn't need telestroke. I just can't, I can't say any more than I have. All I can say is that, the problem that you're highlighting was the same problem affecting most of the state. And we're now getting across a bunch of that, and it's going to expand further. So, we're definitely making major strides forward. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect yet, and we've got a lot of work to do. But we are definitely making significant headway, and our data just shows that.
And I guess it's something you can take with you to your new role as the co-chair, medical co-chair of ACI as well, so that you can see, I guess, from some feedback from stroke survivors that inconsistencies are unfortunately part of their lives and affect them quite significantly as well.
Great.
So thank you very much for all your questions.
Yes, thank you. And thank you again for your presentation this morning and for your time. So if we can just thank Dr. Evans.
James, we have a bottle of wine that will be sent.
Okay.
We have a bottle of wine we'll be sending back with Brenda.
I was going to say.
I'm not sure it'll make
Where's my bottle of wine?
I'm not sure it'll make it to you. You know her reputation, but we'll give it our best shot. Okay?
We'll give it to Brenda to give you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right. Wow. What a great way to start the conference. Excellent. It's a shame James isn't here. I'm sure there would be lots more questions. Okay, so I think it's time for a morning tea break now. And so if I can, it's going to be a short turnaround, but if you can be back here for our next session at 11 o'clock, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
If people are just happy to go out and grab something for morning tea and bring it back to your tables, we can do it that way. And I will have the staff out there assisting you to get through the morning tea process as quickly as we can, because we've got live streaming, we will need to be back right on time. Okay?
think they just go at it as a regular choir. You know, it's not like we're stroke victims and we need to sing together because this is the only thing we can do. I think this is about being as usual a choir as it can be.
The fact that people are defeating real problems when they come and sing. I mean, some people have no speech much at all, and yet they can sing.
Some of the songs have sort of moments of beauty, and you get lifted.
It's very positive, encouraging other people's and enjoyment of other people improving.
I think the choir is a highly motivated group of individuals who are connected through their neurological condition and recovery, and they have great spirit in terms of wanting to sing together in unison, try harmonies if they can, and really share their love of music.
Singing and talking is strange, but good practicing talking. 3-4 years ago, 1 word or 2 words, no more.
When I first had the stroke, singing was a flat monotone, and I knew that it was wrong, but I wanted to sing to get that depth.
So there's a common case studies and knowledge around how singing and music can light up greater areas of the brain, and often what's found with stroke survivors is that they can sing better than they can speak.
So it's all about speech and getting your vowels out, and that's why we try and enunciate instead of slurring.
Well, the greatest difficulty was actually being able to remember the words and sing at the same time, because aphasia is by itself and in itself such a difficult problem. But to get to remember words and sing them is an incredible achievement.
There's certainly a philosophy that I espouse to, is that nothing is impossible that we can achieve, but we'll always adapt along the way to cater for everyone's ability. And a lot of them have sung before in choirs and performed, so it's bringing them back to that place.
I've tried other choirs and they say, we can help you, but they go too fast. They say, oh, you'll pick it up. And I said, please don't denigrate us, but we need to do it slowly.
I can see more confidence building, so we do little solo aspects in our rehearsal and weekly meet. And when we first did that, I think that was a scary place for people to be. But over time, they've become more confident with that, and that then helps the overall choir when they're singing together as well.
And I also think the choir is a lot more fun in terms of therapy and recovery than just straight one-on-one therapy, and I think it's because it's a group.
We have coffee beforehand, sing, and then go home. It's lovely.
I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along.
Mostly we sing songs that the choir want to sing.
I tend to like the Simon and Garfunkel songs.
Beatles, I suppose.
I love Elvis, just particularly early Elvis.
Wise men say only fools rush in.
We don't want a performance like that.
The song that I really wanted and we've sung is Amazing Grace. The sweet, that sound. It was something about the song and the words that it was like having a stroke and coming out of a stroke. And so that resonates. So that's my favourite song.
Should we sing Al Jolson for the last time? Should we do it, John?
I get a laugh from Chris. I think we should sing it. It's a beautiful little song.
It is, it's a great song. You did so well with it, and there was that little tricky bit in there. Glory, hallelujah.
Good morning, everyone, again. I am lovely to see you all back again. Thank you very much for being so brisk at getting morning tea. We've got a very short time frame for morning and afternoon teas, and that's because we're really wanting to get the message of the speakers out to you as promptly as we can, and to give them as much time to explain their topic to you as well. So our next presenter is somebody a lot of us do know well, and our presenter is Dr. Kate Scrivener. And Kate is a clinician and a researcher and a senior lecturer in neurological physiotherapy at Macquarie University. Kate has over 15 years' experience in stroke rehabilitation. She's published many peer-reviewed journal articles. Her current research focuses on the intensity of rehabilitation practice, strategies to increase practice, including the use of technology and other rehabilitation interventions for people after stroke. So please welcome Kate to our podium this morning.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for having me. So I was asked to come and talk this morning about TeleRehab, which is a bit of a hot topic in our new COVID world. I'm not sure why Michelle asked me, but anyway, I think it may be because I was involved in, or I am involved in TeleRehab on two levels. So I'm involved in TeleRehab in my academic role, and I've done some research on a TeleRehab intervention, but I'm also involved in TeleRehab in clinical practice. So I've thought a lot about how, as therapists, what we need to do to deliver good TeleRehab, and what we, I guess, can and can't deliver via TeleRehab. And I guess the question that I was asked to answer is, TeleRehab, is this the new normal? Is this what's going to stay around in a post-COVID world? But I think you guys probably know this better than me, so maybe we can answer it straight away. Can you put your hand up if you think that TeleRehab is the new normal? Okay, can you put your hand up if you think TeleRehab is definitely not the new normal? Yeah, a few people. And then I think there's a few people in the middle. Brenda's so-soing in the front. Well, sorry, nose, but I think it probably is. But I think probably Brenda's right in that it's the new normal, but it's not going to solve everything for everybody. But it is going to provide a solution for some people in some scenarios, and a really good example would be people from rural and remote communities that can't access services in other ways. So my short answer to this topic today is yes, but let me tell you a little bit more about it. So I'm not even sure I need to cover what TeleRehab is really, because I would guess that most people in this room have experienced it. Am I right? Can you put your hand up if you have had a TeleRehab or a telehealth encounter of any description? So a lot of people, hands up if you haven't. Oh, quite a few people as well. Even I've had telehealth encounters. For a while there, you couldn't even go to the GP. You had to ring them on the phone. It was really fun. So really, by TeleRehab, we're talking about rehab that's delivered across technology, via video conferencing usually, though it can be via the telephone as well. You really do need to think broadly about what the technology is. You know, it could be over the computer, it could be on a tablet device, or it could be as simple as a consultation over the phone. So what can be delivered via TeleRehab? What can you do over technology or over the phone? It should almost be this, because actually there is almost nothing you cannot do. You know, you can do upper limb rehab, you can do balance and mobility training, you can do speech therapy, You can do exercise classes. You can deliver a lot via TeleRehab. But there's obviously some things that you can't deliver. And I had an experience this morning where I was tying my son's tie, and my daughter said to me, "Can't you just tell him how to do that, Mum? Why do you have to do it?" And I knew I was giving this talk today, so I thought, well, if I really needed to tie a tie for someone, I probably couldn't do it over TeleRehab. So if you do need hands-on assistance, or you need the therapist to actually physically help you to do something, then TeleRehab's going to be very difficult. But I'll give you a few scenarios a little bit later on about how we have made it possible where we have had to. So what does the evidence tell us about TeleRehab? So there's a couple of big systematic reviews that help us in this area, because this is the highest form of evidence that combines the results of a number of clinical trials. I'd like to point out two to you today. The first one is a look at TeleRehab in general across different populations, so it's not stroke specific. And within this review, the message is basically that TeleRehab is as effective as other modes of rehab, to put it simply. And that message is repeated in the trials that have just looked at people after stroke, in that TeleRehab is as effective as other forms of intervention. Understanding that in these trials, they would have picked things that they could easily deliver over TeleRehab. And I think, as Michelle said, I really have an interest in technology, but I'm very mindful that technology is not for everybody. So something else that I've researched a lot is delivering exercise programs via videos or by mobile phone applications. And I remember when I set out on that research journey, I thought everybody would be with me and would think that videos were better. And when I actually asked people after stroke what they wanted and what they liked, it was almost a 50-50 split, whether people wanted my written booklet or whether people wanted my exercise videos. And so what I learnt from that is that the mode of delivery of therapy is very individual. And I really think it's the same with TeleRehab. So TeleRehab is a mode of delivery. It's a way of engaging in therapy. The therapy is as effective whether it's delivered in person or via TeleRehab, and it's really up to the individual and their circumstances about what they prefer and what they'd like to engage in. But it's good to know that if you would like to do TeleRehab, you can be reasonably confident that in most cases it will give you the equivalent results to you seeing someone face to face. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about my personal journey with TeleRehab. Because a bit like the rest of the world, early last year we were called into action very quickly with the emerging COVID situation, and we needed to respond and implement TeleRehab with a very tight turnaround. So I work for Concentric Rehab, and we're a private allied health provider, and up until early next year we provided all of our therapy either face-to-face, either at home or in the clinic. That's what we did, that's what we rolled out, it's what we'd always done. We did therapy one-to-one and we did group therapy. And when COVID was looking pretty bad, we got pretty nervous. We got nervous from a business perspective, but we also got nervous from the perspective of not being able to deliver the therapy that people needed. And we were really worried about how we would keep people going on their therapy journey or their therapy programs. And we were very, very lucky that we have connections with some academics in Melbourne, Professor Tash Lannon and Dr. Narelle Cox, who are both experts in TeleRehab. And I was in contact with Tash Lannon and explaining the situation at Concentric Rehab and the fact that we needed to switch quickly to TeleRehab. And she said to me, "Kate, I'm an expert in this, let me help you." And so we partnered together to do what we call an implementation study, where she helped us with TeleRehab and we measured our success at doing that before and after. So she did a training program with us over 6 weeks, where we had lots of education and resources and skill building. And then we picked some of our staff members to really be leaders in the implementation of TeleRehab. So that's what we call peer mentors. And so as an organisation, we had to decide that this was what we wanted to do and really work out how to do it well. And it's not actually an easy process to switch up overnight the way you deliver a service and work out how to do that well and not just be satisfied to do it at a substandard level. And I won't say that there were times where we were nervous about it. So I can't say it was all smooth sailing, and I can't say it was, a dream. And I'll tell you about Mrs. A. So Mrs. A had her stroke reasonably recently. She was right in the middle of an active therapy program, and she was making gains in her balance and her ability to walk every week. When the first signs of COVID were hitting, she made the decision to self-isolate because of some of her other health conditions. We wanted to keep up her ongoing therapy program and support her towards her goals, but we were a little bit nervous about how we would deliver TeleRehab for her, because as we see in the video that we'll play shortly, she really is quite unsteady and she needed a therapist right beside her for all of her practice within the clinic. I'm hoping there's a video. Otherwise, here we go.
That's it.
And so in the front of our mind along the journey was, how do we as therapists get the skills so we can deliver the best therapy possible remotely for people like Mrs. A to help her to achieve her goals. And we'll come back and have a look at her, how she went a little bit later on. So within the training program that we had at Concentric, the first thing we had to do was sort out the technology. And there can be some issues with this in terms of privacy and security. So we used a combination of Zoom and PhysiTrack. And PhysiTrack was a really nice solution because it also let us recommend home exercise programs, and we could have some interaction with the person about how they were going with that home program. So it helped us to have discussions with them about their program as well. But we learnt that using technology is not very easy, and if you don't use something like Zoom all the time, it can actually be quite challenging to use it. And so we needed a number of resources to help the clients we see to understand how to use technology. And where possible, and luckily in most scenarios we were able to, we'd actually do a home visit to set up the technology with the person if that was needed. There was a few months there where I think I lived my life on Zoom. I used to teach university on Zoom, do my exercise on Zoom, do my physio on Zoom. I think I was on Zoom more than I was off it. But there were still people we met that had never been on Zoom, and we had to teach them how to do that. From a therapist's perspective, and you might have got this sense from that video, one of the concerns was about safety. So we're on one side of the computer, the person's at home. How do we make sure that they're safe and that everything they do is safe? So what we had to do was create some tips and ideas to guide our therapists in how to ensure safety within those sessions. And then what you may not realise is to make it a good session, there needs to be quite a lot of planning beforehand. And if you think of concentric rehab, we knew most of the people we then were delivering TeleRehab for. So we had this ideal, if they were coming into the clinic, this would be the program that we'd lay out. But then what we had to do was work out how to transition that into an online environment. Because obviously you can't do everything that you do in the clinic via TeleRehab. So we had to work out what could we do, what couldn't we do, and what else may we be able to achieve. And so it took quite a bit of work behind the scenes for the therapists to actually plan this out and try and get the best program for everybody. And so this is Mrs. A actually receiving a TeleRehab session. And the quotes on the screen are from Mrs. A's physiotherapist. I think what was really interesting is that at the beginning of one of her TeleRehab sessions, she said to her therapist, "I really miss riding the bike in the clinic. I'd really like to have a go riding my bike at home." And the therapist on the other side of the computer said her first response was, "Oh no, how am I going to make this possible? I'm not there. How can I keep her safe?" But she took a deep breath and she said, "Right, what I'm here to do is to empower Mrs. A to make this happen, because this is what she really wants to do." And lucky Mrs. A has a Mr. A, and he's a very supportive and able carer. And so the therapist was able to talk them both through how to get on the bike and how to ride the bike. And it went really successfully, as you can see in the photo where she is riding her exercise bike at home. And so the therapist says she learnt a lot. She said, don't be afraid to give things a go. Yes, you're a bit removed, but you can make it happen if you have a belief that it can occur. I like when she says you have to have a plan and a backup plan, just in case your plan doesn't work. And it actually was surprising to her how much she could achieve via TeleRehab. And so here's another example, and we have a video of Brian. And Brian had quite a structured program of exercises that he was doing at home. And what he wanted more than anything from his therapist was support around those exercises to keep him motivated and keep him on track. And so via TeleRehab, he really liked to demonstrate his exercises and to get some feedback about his technique with those exercises and to discuss his achievements since his last session. And so here's another video of Brian. This is him doing one of his measures. So the therapist on the computer was timing him doing his foot taps onto the block. And then this is his little board of achievement. So what you can see is some reasonably large percentage changes. So his improvement ranges from about 30 to almost 50% better than he was at the start of the program. So for example, he could walk 40% faster than he did at the start. But he's doing a vast number of exercise reps, and they would have been done mainly as a home program with support over the TeleRehab. But with that vast number of reps, he was making great improvements. we also run group programs. And so here's a photo of us in one of our early group classes. I'm in the top corner smiling like a bit of an idiot, but anyway, here we go. And we'd run stroke superheroes groups for a reasonable length of time, and up until COVID they were all done within the clinic. We really appreciated the social ability for people after stroke to work together, to support each other, and to have a bit of fun within the clinic. And we didn't want to lose that with COVID. We didn't want to lose the social connection and the chance for people to get together. And I'm sure many of you in your stroke clubs had a similar challenge where you used to meet together. And maybe some of you met online, maybe some of you didn't for a little while. But we wanted to try and keep as many members of our group together in the online space as we could. But we recognised that we couldn't deliver it in the same way that we did in the face-to-face classes. And so again, we had to go through a process of planning what we deliver face-to-face and how we'd transition that for the online environment. And we learnt a few lessons along the way. We learnt that there's a barrier online, and you need to make a bit of a bigger effort to break it down than in person. So you need to make more of an effort at the beginning to introduce everyone and to check in on how everyone's going. And at the same side of things, at the end of the class, we scheduled more time for everyone to just have a chat and catch up. Whereas when you're face-to-face, that seems to happen a bit more organically. You actually have to be a bit more purposeful with it online. We created a bit of a structure to the class, but it's harder to judge in the online environment how hard everybody's working. So for example, in the warm-up, we got some feedback pretty quickly that the warm-up was way too difficult. So we did a standing warm-up at the beginning and we changed it to a seated warm-up and a little bit less intense. We then had to try and figure out, well, how could we better monitor how hard people are working? And so we started to use things like scales on the screen to ask people to rate how hard they were working. So we'd have a better ongoing measure of that. We also decided that we needed to contact people quite regularly just to get their feedback about the class. Because again, when you're face to face with them, you get a bit of a better perspective of, are they enjoying the session? Is there anything they'd like to change? And you lose that a little bit over the computer. So we needed to purposefully ask a little bit more. But what's been very interesting for me is that many people, even people who've returned to the face-to-face sessions or classes, continue to do the online class. And they say they just feel like it gives them another option during the week that's very convenient for them because they don't have to leave their home. So, they often say, look, I don't know if it's quite as good as the face-to-face, but it gives me something and I can do an extra day of something. So this continues to run as of today, and I'd like to think that it will continue in the future for some people as an extra option. And so this is the research paper that we put together about this implementation process. So we talked about all the steps we did to be able to implement TeleRehab effectively, and then what our staff thought about it. And so we surveyed the staff before and after that 6-week training and resource program, and we asked them about what they thought the barriers to TeleRehab were. And perhaps not surprisingly, they identified not having the knowledge and the social influence and beliefs. So most of them believed that face-to-face would be better. And the 6-week program didn't change that very much, even though we were successfully implementing TeleRehab in that time, and we still do. So as researchers, we reflected on that quite a lot and wondered whether at that point in time, right in the heart of COVID, everyone was a bit frantic in their life, and maybe, that 6 weeks wasn't enough to make staff feel like they were really comfortable with TeleRehab. I wonder if we resurveyed them now, whether there might be some differences, particularly those staff members that have been involved in TeleRehab in the longer term. All right, so where to from here? Is it going to be the new norm? I think there's definitely a place for it, and that we will have a hybrid model where we offer normal standard therapy and programs, but we offer TeleRehab for those people that need it or where the situation demands it. And I have to say, more than ever, we're contacted by therapists in rural and remote areas with referrals now. People that, will only be seen by us via TeleRehab because they live so far away from us, but they can't access any private or NDIS-funded therapists in any other way. Often with those, we are not necessarily doing therapy every week. We're consulting to help them understand the next steps, to help them understand what they should be doing at home. But sometimes we are doing the weekly therapy with them. And that, as the evidence will tell us, can be as effective if that is the mode that they'd prefer or the option that's possible for them. I actually taught therapists in Grafton on the weekend, and I said to them, here I am, I work clinically for an NDIS provider or a private provider in Sydney, and they all laughed at me. And they said, that's good, we got no one to refer to for that up here. And I went, yeah, fair enough. It just brought home again how, the challenges in rural and remote areas. But as health professionals, as therapists, we need to be good at delivering this. And hopefully what you've learnt from this presentation today is how much work goes in behind the scenes to try and make sure that TeleRehab is successful or is effective. A therapist can't just start doing it without the knowledge, the skills, and the planning of the process. And if we get better at it, hopefully the usefulness of it, what we can use TeleRehab for, getting to know when we should and when we shouldn't use it, can improve. So we can actually refine our ability to know when to deliver it. Because I completely acknowledge it's not going to be for everybody at every point in time in their lives. And that's completely okay, because really it's a mode of delivery. But for some people, I think, it can offer some great success. That's my email. I came with a great intention of also reminding you that I am a researcher on the Falls After Stroke trial, and we are currently recruiting participants in Sydney and Canberra, but I forgot my flyers at home, so that was very effective, wasn't it? But the girls have assured me that we can send them out. So if you or anyone you know would be interested in an intervention at home to prevent falls after stroke, then please get in touch with me, and don't hesitate to email me with any questions related to stroke rehab.
I'll just come and share the mic with you just for a few moments, because we are going to be taking questions, but I really wanted to say thank you. That was an excellent presentation, really excellent. And it's really difficult, isn't it, for those of us who are not good at using computers, and I'm not putting my hand up for that, but we all know that that's the case, because it's a change, isn't it? And change is scary. And I think for a lot of our clubs, that's the challenge that we'll be facing. And a lot of people post-stroke, that's a big challenge. And I guess one of the things that I think Kate covered beautifully was the option. You know, it's now another option, and what a wonderful option for people in rural and remote areas, that they can consult with somebody in a city area or where there is no therapists available. And it will be really wonderful to see in the coming years that TeleRehab is part of the courses that are taught in our allied health areas as well. That it's a big part of that, how to actually use the technology, how to plan prior to going online and doing your rehab. So it's all of those sort of things that we're moving forward, aren't we? You know, even those of us who struggle to move forward with technology, we are learning. So great, thank you, Kate. Now we will be taking calls, and I've lost the telephone number online because I left it on my desk. Okay, Jeannie has it. So if Jeannie wouldn't mind reading out the telephone number online.
Okay, it's 0447 298 564.
So anyone who's on has joined us online, please feel free to text in a question for Kate. So we've got about 5 minutes, a little bit over 5 minutes to have a discussion with Kate about her presentation. And we have our first question over here from Jenny Wang. So I'll get out of your way.
It's really just a comment. Over the last year of COVID, when so many things have gone online, including telehealth, I just think maybe at the time someone has a stroke, a part of a package, if you're lucky enough to get a package leaving hospital or early intervention and early rehab, to assist people to learn how to use the internet and the tools. Because certainly for my husband, who's always been good at it, his post-stroke recovery has really benefited from all the things that he's able to access on the internet. But I'm also in some groups where people are really struggling, and probably shouldn't be, because it's not that hard, but maybe included in early rehab at all different levels.
Yeah, what a great point. Thank you for making that. I think, particularly if that's someone's goal, and in most people it's something that's needed for everyday life, not only for TeleRehab, that should absolutely be taught very early on and perhaps reinforced later on. I decided one day a few years ago to do a research project looking at app-based exercise for people when they're in hospital for rehab. And that was a little bit eye-opening, because I had to teach many people how to use the iPad again, and some people who'd never used an iPad before, how to actually access and use an iPad. Some people were fantastic at it straight away. Some people needed a lot of help. And I think that was probably the moment where I learnt that you actually need to re-teach the skills of using technology for some people.
Hi Kate, I live outside Wagga Wagga, and it's about 65 kilometres from Wagga Wagga. Can I contact you regarding trips and falls that I'm experiencing, like in my home? Because I don't have access to a specific OT at this stage.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much.
I've got a question from one over here, and then Judith is over there.
Speaking to it? Yeah. I think there are reasons to have, there's pros to having TeleRehab, but like on the opposite side of the scale is probably this could be the only outing that person gets. To see and relate to other people. Our stroke from Narrow Stroke and Carers group was actually formed from the hospital with all the people that were there. Because otherwise they become, especially we're rural, They become isolated. It can be dangerous. And the other thing is really important, just for if my husband doesn't mind, Pat, he can't ride his exercise bike because he can't get his foot to stay on the pedal. So I know there's, you know what I mean? So it works good for like people that can't get out, or if I couldn't take him out, I'd be eternally grateful for something. But there are, it gives him something to look forward to, get up and go out instead of being in the four walls. But I'm anything that takes stroke and the rehab, people getting better, it is a plus.
That's a fantastic point, and I think the caution is if the only model we would offer would be an online or a TeleRehab model. I don't think that's the right option either, and I think the ability to have somewhere to go and have therapy to access if you can and if that's what you prefer is really important. Yeah, and I don't know about you, but meeting people on Zoom is just not the same as meeting people in real life, and the conversations are different. You miss a bit of that richness. Yeah. And look, even when I was at home a very lot of the time in COVID, we were all going nuts in those four walls.
Kate, I'm just wondering about the cost to the patient between the hands-on session and the telehealth session. Is there a big difference in the cost?
I can talk to Concentric Rehab. Yes, the online therapy is in the group environment is cheaper than the in-person environment, and there are a few more people that can be there online to in-person. But for those of you who have NDIS funding or who are aware of it, generally they would fund to the same cost. So a 1 hour tele-rehab session versus a 1 hour face-to-face session would be the same cost. And there has been a pretty good move from private health insurers and from the NDIS in recognising the need for telehealth in many forms and actually upping the funding for that. Because prior to COVID, receiving something like physio via tele-rehab wouldn't have got, say, private health insurance rebates, where now it does.
And just commenting on the Stroke Recovery Association's therapies online. So all the therapies in terms of our online groups are free. So that includes the stroke choir, that includes the aphasia group that Amy runs for us on the third Wednesday of the month. And it also includes Maitland Aphasia Group, who very generously open their group to us every Friday for members to basically come in online, as well as that we have Memory Monday, which is about cognitive retraining, as well as Trivia Tuesday. Now, we do have some of our trivia queens here, and they're really important. Yes, they're great. And we have our trivia champion actually sitting up the back. So there's a number of things that you can do online, and let's not forget the sips and nibbles with David. If that's not the best social group that anybody can join in for free, I don't know what is. And then we also have our education group, which is our Topical Thursday, and again, it's open to anybody who can join, and as I said, we're quite free. Online club questions?
Questions online here. So one lady's asked 2 questions. Did you find tele-rehab sessions were longer or shorter than face-to-face sessions?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think it varied a little bit depending on the person and their goals. If you plan it out as we did, we would always aim for it to be a similar length. But some people, like Brian in the videos, we could wrap things up a bit shorter because he had a distinct purpose he wanted from those sessions. He really wanted to know about his progress, get some feedback on his program, progress his program, but that's all he wanted. whereas other people need the same support to work through their program. It's just that support is remote, so probably similar time.
The next question was, if you could do the 6-week training program again, would you have done anything differently?
I think the training program was fantastic. The hardest, I think the challenge, I probably would have started at 6 weeks earlier, if that makes sense, because we were training on the run, as in COVID had hit, and we needed to train as we were responding in clinical practice. So if you'd had that foresight that COVID was going to hit, which I don't think any of us did, you might have trained a little bit earlier so we were then ready and we could maybe model and practice a bit more. But what we had to do was train each week whilst we were delivering these sessions. But there's good and bad in that, I guess. It gives you a chance to do your real life practice at the same time.
Yeah. Next question was, how did you find doing an initial assessment?
Yeah, we do that now, but we were lucky early on in that our first priority were the clients that we already knew and had therapy relationships with. We wanted to give them an option to keep going. It's only really been as we implemented it that we have started to see some more new clients. So I guess we were lucky that we got good at it, and then we could start to take on some new clients. I think it's similar to the planning sheet. You kind of, as a therapist, have to let go that you're going to be able to do everything in the same way that you would do if the person was face to face, and work out what is the best things I can get out of this session. And in many ways it's good because it makes us very efficient. You know, if I want to see how someone performs, if I want to measure something, I have to be very efficient to get that information online and not give up that I'm not going to be able to do everything. So it actually is very successful.
Excellent. Just one last question from the online contingent. Wonderful presentation, Kate. I really enjoyed how you're incorporating social aspects into the online sessions. Are you finding that clients are adapting and adhering to exercise programs more through TeleRehab compared to in-clinic sessions? And what have been the biggest learning curves that you have had from these sessions?
Yeah, I wonder about that. I think at a similar time we moved to more home visits for people that wanted that when they didn't, were maybe self-isolating or didn't want to go out in the community so much. And I think it really did shape us in terms of understanding clinics one area, but we also need to make sure we support people at home and in their more independent program. And it probably shaped a little bit of how we will deliver therapy in the future, which will always be a combination of clinic but also home and online as needed. I don't know that we know that it necessarily affects people's adherence or how much they do the home program, and the researcher in me is a bit cautious about that because what I know the research tells us is it's not one size fits all. And people who like technology and like TeleRehab, it will help them adhere, but there are people that don't choose that option, and we need to give them the option that better suits what they would prefer.
One last question. Did you have a question down here?
I'm just wondering, just wondering about the Concentric Rehab Centre that you run. Is that just Sydney based? What does it? Because we had the question from Wagga Wagga, and that she can contact you. But how widespread can you go?
Wow.
To different centres?
Well,
sorry.
Concentric Rehab is in Western Australia, Melbourne, and Sydney. And I quite often go to Western Australia. We are in some rural areas in Western Australia, but we're not in New South Wales, though we see a number of people from rural and remote communities via TeleRehab. So sometimes people will come down and do maybe a 2-week program with us or a more intensive program in Sydney alongside their TeleRehab, or they will. But that's very new for us to, to have people referred to us for assessment and intervention over TeleRehab alone. And I think it's probably, as Michelle indicated, one of the major benefits of COVID, that if people want to, in rural and remote areas, they have the ability to contact us, even if it's just for second opinions or advice. We're very happy to do that, and I think hopefully that's something that will always continue now.
Thank you very much, Kate, and please join me in thanking Kate for a very excellent presentation. And please accept this lovely bottle of wine. Unfortunately, Kate won't be able to join us at the cocktail party this evening. She's on mum duty. So hopefully the next cocktail party we have, possibly next year for our 45th, she'll be able to come along and join with us. So thank you very much, Kate. And she has to run off, unfortunately. That brings us to the next session that we're running this morning, which is really introducing yourselves and also our online guests to some of the presenters or the people we have outside who are providing information that will be relevant for stroke survivors. And so we're going to go through them and give them just a few minutes to talk about what they do and to inform you a little bit more. So the first person we have is Debbie Atherton, who is from Carers Gateway, which is a really important service for all the carers we have within our association.
Thank you very much. My name's Debbie Atherton. I'm from the Benevolent Society, and we provide the Carer Gateway in certain parts of Sydney, but I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. So I want to just thank you for having us here, because it is a very relevant service to the people in this room and online as well. So the Carer Gateway service is a national initiative, and it was designed by carers for carers to provide them with some flexible and individualised support to help them with their caring role. So let's look a little bit further at the service itself. Sorry, I've got to go back. That went. No, there we go. So the Carer Gateway service is a national service, as we said, but for the Benevolent Society, we cover the areas that are identified on this slide. So the City of Sydney, South East Sydney, Inner West, Western Sydney and Northern Sydney. In the Northern Sydney area, we partner with an organisation called Your Side, so they cover the service for us in that area. But we also provide the service in the Illawarra area on behalf of another organisation called Live Better. So we do cover quite a large area with a huge population. Because it is a national service, there are other providers in the rest of Australia that provide the service on behalf of the Commonwealth Government. So who is a carer? I think I'm probably speaking to the people who know that best. So a carer, according to the Carer Gateway, is a person who gives care and support to a relative or friend who has either a disability, a mental health illness. It can also be a lifelong illness or disability, and it can also include people whose illness will lead to their death, and also frail older people as well. So generally we see carers providing a range of different services on behalf of the person that they care for. So it often is involving showering them, dressing them, helping them with toileting, helping them with eating or their medications. It could be preparing meals for them, doing their housework, could be doing their shopping, transporting them to appointments or other places, helping them keep connected socially, and also arranging appointments for them. So that's covered on this slide here. So what I'm going to go on to now is to look at what can the Carer Gateway actually provide for carers. So the first of the services that we provide within the program is what we call emergency respite. So it's a service that provides care for the person that you care for if there's an urgent or an unplanned or an imminent event that happens to you as the carer. So it could be that you have no other supports available that can help in that particular situation, and that's where we can step in to help. So the carer, for example, might get a broken tooth or have a medical emergency where they may need immediate treatment, and there's nobody else to look after the person that you care for, and that's where we can step in. So they're just some examples, but it really is a very individualised thing. So we look at what the carer's need is at the time and what's actually happening to determine what sort of support we can put in place. But as part of that emergency respite service, it basically means that we can have a care worker come into the home to look after the person that you would normally care for, to give them the support that they need so that you can have that time to go and get that immediate medical attention or support that you need. The next part of the service is what we call the carer-directed supports. So this is where we can provide support for carers in their caring role and give them some flexibility as to the types of supports that are provided to them. So there's two different types of supports within this part of the service. The first one's a one-off practical support. So it comes in the form of what we call material goods or training support. So it can help you with organising a laptop or a computer or a mobile phone, some sort of IT device that might help you to connect with other carers or help you with your caring role, or to pay for some training courses if you wanted to, learn some other skills or some other information related to the person that you're caring for. The other package is one that's valued at about $3,000, and for that $3,000 we can give you some in-home practical support. So it could be help with housework, or it could be help with what we call respite, so having a care worker come to the home to spend time with the person that you care for to give you a break from that caring role. It can be transporting you as the carer to appointments as well, and there's other services within that as well. So the eligibility for those packages is based on a demonstrated need that's related to your caring role through the carer assessment. We'll talk a little bit about that carer assessment in a short while. We also have in-person peer support services. So it's like a support group with other carers to help you to connect with people in similar situations, to learn through sharing of experiences, and to decrease the strain that carers often feel by helping you feel connected with other people who are going through similar things. At the moment, the peer support, normally it would be face-to-face, but again, because of COVID, we are doing that online at the moment. But as part of that peer support service, we are also offering what we call wellbeing sessions and carer retreats, where we can take carers away for a few days to give them a break, and it's a combination of an education course as well as like some pampering and time away from that caring role to give them a break. There's also in-person counselling. So again, due to COVID, we're not doing it in person, but we are doing it by phone. So carers can get the counselling service. It's free, and we can provide up to 6 sessions of counselling. It is only a short-term support. If people do need longer-term care counselling services, we can also direct them to other services in their area. The counselling sessions are also very specific to the carers who are experiencing anxiety, stress, or low mood or strain in a relationship that's directly related to the caring role. And each of the sessions is 1 hour long. Later in 2021, we'll be providing facilitated coaching services as well, and that's a free psychosocial service specifically designed to assist carers to acquire the skills and resilience that they need in their caring role. And the last thing is the website. I would really encourage everybody to go to the website. It's www.carergateway.gov.au. It's a really good and useful site. It has lots of information that will be beneficial for carers, and other links to other services that might support them as well. And it also has there's an online coaching course that you can do at your own pace, and there's also carer skills courses as well. So I would encourage you to have a look at that. So the Carer Gateway service can be, well, it's not going forward. Oh, okay. So there are other online services as well through the website. You can get counselling services through the website. There's an online peer support group, and as I said, there's self-guided education courses as well. Sorry, I'll just get through this. So once you call the Carer Gateway number, your details will be registered on the local system, and then the information will go through to somebody like me who's what we call a client support partner. So we're the ones that do the actual carer assessment and then follow through with you along the way. So after the assessment, we'll look at planning supports with you and also make any necessary referrals, and then we'll periodically review how things are going for you. So when we do the carer assessment, we look at these 7 areas. So we look at, how the caring role is impacting your health. What are you actually doing in the caring role? Are you able to manage things at home? Do you get time for yourself? How are you feeling emotionally? And how is the caring role impacting your finances, or if you're trying to work? What we do when we go through the assessment after, we do what we call a scoring system, and you can see the different scoring here from 1 to 5, where we look at, trying to identify, how much is that affecting that area of your life, and then based on what you score, we look at then identifying goals with you to try and target those supports that you needed to those areas. So overall we're trying to get that better balance between your caring role and your own life. Carers often put themselves second, but it's really important for carers to look at themselves as an individual and getting the support that they need to be able to live their best life as well. We also have a young carers program where we have supports for people 14 to 25, and we can provide individualised support for them, including tutoring assistance, helping them to obtain their driver's licence, online support groups and short overnight breaks as well. Coming to the end, last slide really is about our Community Connector program. This is a service for ageing carers who are looking after somebody with a disability, and it helps them to be able to help with connecting to the NDIS, understanding the NDIS and helping them to apply for the NDIS for the person that they care for. Unfortunately, this service is only going to be going for another 2 months and then it will finish up, so people need it, they need to get in quick. So lastly, this again is the number to call. It's 1800 422 737, and we have brochures outside with the information as well, and I would hope that if you haven't already come to visit our site outside that you can do so, and if you have any other questions as well, we're happy to answer them. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And Debbie was one of our great speakers on Topical Thursday. So for those clubs who have our USB stick, you can download a fuller version of Debbie's very, very, very good talk on Carers Gateway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie.
You.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't forget to go and visit the website, because it has a lot of information that will be beneficial.
Indeed. Thank you, Debbie. So we now move on to, I think we've got online now, Louise Sellers.
Good afternoon. My name's Louise Sellers. I'm one of the Rehabilitation Network Managers at the Agency for Clinical Innovation, and I've been invited to speak today at the Stroke Recovery Association conference about the Agency for Clinical Innovation, and specifically about the rehabilitation and the stroke networks. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that we're all meeting on today, understanding that we're all dialing in from all parts of Australia for this conference. Pay my respects to elders past and present and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people here today. So just to give you a little bit of background as to who ACI is, ACI was originally established in 2010. Some of you may remember in 2008, the Garling report was published, and that really highlighted some big changes were needed in the area of healthcare in New South Wales. And one of the key findings out of that report was that there was a greater need for clinician input, as well as consumer input in the way that healthcare was delivered in New South Wales. And that led to the establishment of ACI, which was originally called the Greater Metropolitan Transition Task Force, and that evolved over time into ACI. So the vision of ACI is to create the future of healthcare and healthier futures for the people of New South Wales. We're the lead agency for innovation in clinical care and bring together patients, clinicians and managers to support the design and implementation of innovation in healthcare. So we're a pillar of New South Wales Health. We're not the ministry. We sit separate from the ministry alongside the other pillars of New South Wales Health, such as the Clinical Excellence Commission, the Cancer Institute and the Bureau for Health Information. So what's different about ACI? Well, we're divided into 40 plus clinical networks and 8 clinical streams. So I'm here today representing the Rehabilitation Network, which is my substantive role, as well as the Stroke Network. Some of you may be familiar with the wonderful Kate Jackson, who has been the Stroke Network Manager at ACI for many years. Sadly, Kate has left us just this week for another role. So I am here presenting on her behalf today. So the core functions of ACI are the development of clinical guidelines and models of care, patient engagement and co-design, clinical evidence generation and mobilisation, clinical innovation and research, clinical redesign, implementation support, and evaluation and capability development. And we do that, as I said, across 40 different clinical networks. So if you can think of a network related to a particular medical condition or a body system, we've pretty much got it. So talking now about the Rehabilitation Network. So we were established in 2011. We were one of the first networks under the new ACI. And currently we have over 700 members and we're led by a 14-person executive committee. And that includes the Chief Executive Officer of the Stroke Recovery Association, Michelle Sharkey, as well as medical, nursing, allied health and consumer representatives. Our co-chairs may be known to you, Dr. John Estelle, who's the Head of Department for Rehab at St George Hospital, and Sandeep Gupta, who's the Head of Department Physiotherapy at Balmain Hospital. And we have stakeholder relationships with a lot of external bodies, the key ones being AROC, which is the data registry for rehabilitation outcomes across Australia and also New Zealand, the Stroke Foundation, the New South Wales Ministry of Health, and we also do an increasing amount of work with the NDIA, the National Disability Insurance Agency, over the last couple of years. The Stroke Network was established initially in around 2003. They also have over 700 members and they're led by a 20-person executive committee, including medical, nursing, allied health and consumer representatives, so similar sort of composition to the Rehab Network. They have 3 co-chairs. So they've got a medical co-chair, Dr. James Evans, who presented earlier in this conference about the rollout of telestroke, Kylie Tastula, who's the neurosciences CNC at RPA, and Claire O'Connor, who some of you may remember was the former Rehab Network Manager before I started in the role, and she's now Head of Allied Health at South Eastern Sydney LHD. The key stakeholder relationships for the Stroke Network are the New South Wales Telestroke Service, the Stroke Foundation, the New South Wales Ministry of Health, and eHealth, which is another pillar within New South Wales Health. So in terms of the Rehabilitation Network and its current priorities, we're working on a number of large pieces of work at the moment. So the first one of those is the implementation of the Principles to Support Rehabilitation Care, which is our model of care which outlines best practice, principles for the delivery of rehabilitation in New South Wales. And so we've developed an accompanying framework to support that implementation, and we're currently piloting that at a number of sites. Another big piece of work we're working on at the moment is addressing discharge delays in relation to NDIS. So I'm sure you're all familiar with the patients who have had a prolonged length of stay in rehabilitation because they're waiting for their NDIS package to be approved, they're waiting for their home to be modified, or they're waiting for suitable accommodation to become available under NDIS. And we're really trying to focus in on those issues so that patients aren't left waiting in hospital for those prolonged periods of time. Another piece of work we're working on at the moment is supporting the COVID-19 response for rehabilitation. So we have a community of practice that was established 12 months ago now. And we've developed a large number of pieces of work and advice to support the rehabilitation clinicians in their delivery of care during COVID and into the post-COVID period. So speaking about the stroke network structure, so this is a very busy slide, which I guess probably goes to the core of how busy that network is at the moment. So they have 4 key areas of focus. So the data and benchmarking is a really key part of that network's work. They're in the process of exploring an interim data solution and electronic quality registries to make sure that data is collected and to focus on a fully automated data system moving forward. Reperfusion and telestroke, massive area at the moment. So that group is looking into the development of a mobile stroke unit of care and an implementation strategy to support that. An ECR bypass project, which is a project group focused on the development of a metropolitan Sydney bypass model of care, and also telestroke implementation, which you heard Dr. Evans speak about earlier. Professional development is also a really key part of the network's activities. They focus on nursing education for relevant to stroke, virtual reality education, which is becoming more and more important in this world of telehealth, and also the introduction of the Oxford Cognitive Scale, which is a UK-based cognition tool, which is currently being piloted and adapted for the Australian context. There's also the Stroke Unit Access and Care Group, which looks at clinical collaboration and also outcomes across that group. There's multiple communities of practice that support all of these projects, particularly the rural telestroke project officers and the coordinators. Complex case review, which looks at any sort of quite significant adverse events and identifies opportunities for improvement. And also the medical stroke leads also have their own community of practice. So in terms of how you can connect with us at ACI, you're very welcome to join a clinical network. We welcome consumers and clinicians. The more the merrier. We do try and involve our consumers and clinicians in our activities as much as possible and send out regular information when that arises, as well as the opportunities to participate in research, which is led by major research institutions. Attending network events. Our events have been a little bit light on the ground over the last year because of COVID, but we are starting to increase our face-to-face events, and we are also continuing to do a fair bit in the virtual space. You can sign up to Clinician Connect to find out about our key network initiatives, and you're able to do that at ACI website, which is aci.newsouthwales.gov.au. And you can also follow us on Twitter, and that Twitter account is updated usually once or twice a day with relevant key documents that are released, any events that are happening, and relevant things that are happening in the media that impact onto ACI. So thank you again for providing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there with you in person, and thank you to the Stroke Recovery Association for continuing to work so collaboratively with ACI. We really do appreciate your input and your partnership. Thank you.
Is it a... Are we able to move over to the next presentation? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Rach, we might get the hand mic as well. Oh, okay. It's lovely to be here with you all today. Thank you so much for having us. So my name is Sarah. I'm working at the Multicultural Disability Advocacy Association. My actual role is advocate for the Disability Royal Commission. I don't know if we have this. Let me have a look if we have it. If not, I can just talk about what we do. Okay, if we don't have it. Okay, no problems. So basically, our organisation is a not-for-profit organisation, and we service consumers across the whole of New South Wales, whether it's regional, metro. We don't have a particular criteria. If they've got a disability, they can come from any walk of life or any kind of multicultural background, and any age group, we service them. I work in the main office in Granville, but we've also got regional offices in Bega and Wagga Wagga, and basically our vision is to make sure that yes, we help people, but at the same time give them the resources and the tools to be able to empower, oh here we go, we've got the slides, themselves. Okay, yes, I know how to use it now, that's good. Okay, so yes, we consider ourselves in New South Wales as being the peak body of multicultural disability, and like I said, helping people from CALD backgrounds. Our vision is to create a community where everyone, regardless of background or disability, feels welcome, included and supported. So our values are to treat people with respect and dignity, to ensure that we incorporate inclusion, self-determination, and a person-centred practice. So, as I said, we're a not-for-profit non-government organisation. We get funding, thank God, through the federal government and sometimes the state government. And yes, we do try to apply for funding through local government as well. We've got a committee called the Governance Committee, and they are made up of individuals with disability as well, so they understand what our consumers need, as well as around 30 staff members across the different locations. So we provide a lot of services: individual advocacy, systemic advocacy, industry development, NDIS appeals, review and support services, advocacy for the Royal Commission, training, research, consultancy support. So with individual advocacy, if we have a person call us up or come to our office and say, look, I've got a disability, I've been dealing with, let's say, Centrelink or any other organisation, and you know we can't get our pay, or we applied for a disability support pension and it's just not happening, we can help them. We can be their voice. We can go with them to meetings. We can write letters of support. So that kind of advocacy, very grassroots advocacy, and we, ensure that we tell people what resources are available for them and other avenues of support as well, in addition to our personal advocacy. So in the 2020-21 financial year, we've had individual advocates respond to over 1,481 inquiries, and we've assisted 681 people with all types of disability. And we also did a survey to see what the top 5 issues are, and they are NDIS, accommodation entitlement, subsidies, legal and discrimination and rights issues. With systemic advocacy, and I'm currently also filling in for one of our staff on maternity leave, if we have a lot of patterns of issues that are occurring, for example, if somebody is neglected in a particular service and it's constant, then we write submissions to government and other stakeholders and bodies to advocate for that, and we put through recommendations as well. So we have a lot of meetings with stakeholders, with agencies, and we try to put through reports as well. That's how our systemic advocacy works. And we like to lobby as well, and that goes a long way with us. So with industry development, we've got partnerships like with the University of Notre Dame. We're going to open a commissioned report with the NDIS with them in the next 2 weeks as well. So we have a lot of in-house volunteers. We've got universities working with us on different issues and doing some research that we can use and have data for moving forward. So we've got, as I said, a lot of services, NDIS Appeals and Review, the Community Connectors Project, and a lot of capacity building activities. As was already said with the previous speaker, our Community Connectors Project is a project where people can be connected with one of our advocates, and they help them through the process of the NDIS, how to apply, what it involves, putting plans together with the NDIS service providers. Unfortunately, it's going to finish in June, but it's been a very successful project. Our NDIS Appeals and Review has been very successful in the financial year. We've had 98% success rate of appealing. So a lot of people that do come to us and are very upset because their plans haven't been approved, we can get that appealed and it's usually successful. So that's really fantastic. We've got a lot of projects and project officers who put on a lot of different activities. For example, we empower people to get together and have meetings. We've got our women's network. We've got all sorts of activities and projects. It's absolutely fantastic. We've got a lot, like I said, training, research and consultancy, so we can also do consultancy externally if there's professionals that we think would be interested in working with us to come up with a report and to produce some findings of significance. We've got a lot of students and volunteers from different backgrounds. Quite recently we had student volunteers from the medical school come to us and to give a lot of our consumers presentations in relation to various medical issues that they might be going through. We've also partnered with it's IARC, the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre. They come in and they assist with giving free advice to our consumers who have a disability and are going through a lot of issues on bridging visas. Some of our projects, as I've mentioned, we've got Active Citizens, Community Voices, and Julie will be speaking very shortly just about her lived experiences with Community Voices and all the wonderful work she's been doing. And our Women's Network, we've had consultations about domestic violence experiences, and we've also put in a paper for the coercive control government submission in relation to the lived experiences of domestic violence and disability. And the Disability Royal Commission, just quickly, it's going on, thank God, until 2023. It's got extended again. That's the program I've been working on for the last 10 months. We've got 3 other staff members. If people come to us, they've been neglected, abused or exploited, and they've got a disability, and it's retrospective as well. If it happened 20 years ago, they can come to us and tell us what that story is. They have an option to remain anonymous, or they can feel free to speak about it publicly. It's totally up to them. We provide them with the protections through the Royal Commission, because a lot of them have issues with their workplaces. They might have been neglected or abused in their actual workplace and they're still working there. We ensure that there's no retribution and we protect them. We encourage them to say their story, because when we write their story and put it together as a submission and send it in, there's an opportunity to provide recommendations in terms of what should change. An example very quickly is with a consumer that I had. She's got an intellectual disability. She lost her parent and she got inheritance, a large sum of money. One of her close friends she's known for 15 years knows that she's got an intellectual disability. She knows that she's got that large sum of money now. She encouraged her to go with her to get those sums of monies out periodically over a number of days through the ATM. It was about $80,000 that she took out. And she sent that money off to some guy that she fell in love with overseas, and now that guy doesn't exist. So that was one of the examples. Yep. So that was the Royal Commission submission that we put in to assist her with. So we've also got the CBSO officers, who are the advocates who work for individuals who might need quick assistance with Centrelink issues or housing issues, you name it, we can assist them. Now, I'll just quickly call Julie because she has a lot to say in terms of her experiences and a lot of work that she's done for EMDA. Thanks, Julie.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you for welcoming here today. My name is Julie McGill. I'm one of the consumers here at EMDA, and I've done a lot of project. I'm involved in a lot of the programs here at EMDA. Most recent one that I'd like to share today is I had an experience with the Disability Royal Commission is where I submitted my story with EMDA. I had a one-on-one consultation, and one of the advocates took me through my situation within the workplace about 15, 20 years ago, and I told them, shared my story and what actually happened and the situations that I faced and experiences, and some of them were quite traumatizing at the time. Some of them were, I felt that I've been taken advantage of in the workplace, not being listened to. I've got a person with a disability, cerebral palsy, woman of colour, and that situation just compounded as well. And it was over about a 15 to 20 year period that I've been going through these experiences. And when I approached the EMDA to assist me in the process, they were very happy to support me in this situation. It took me 2 weeks to submit my submission. Then only just recently I received an email from the Royal Commission themselves to say that they received my submission from my experiences. So I just want to thank EMDA for the work that they've done in supporting me in this situation, but also with the Community Voices project. It's a wonderful opportunity for people with disabilities to speak up and have a voice in the community. Thank you very much.
I'll hold it for you. I'll hold it for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Before you go, honey, that Community Voices is the one that's done the PowerPoint with all the beautiful photos in it. Sarah, Community Voices is the project you've done with the lovely photos with, there's, and is that going to book form yet? Yes. It's going to book form. Okay, excellent. That was a project that MDAA ran last year, and it's an absolutely magnificent book with beautiful photos and stories of people with a disability from all over the state. And I'll make sure I find out how we can get hold of that for you. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Launders from Quantum, which is a commercial arm of Vision Australia, and he's here to talk about the sorts of devices, etc., that he has on show for you today.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for the invitation to come along and talk and present. I'm just going to talk very briefly about what Quantum does, and I'm going to show you some demonstrations of some things that might help people that are suffering from, or not suffering, but recovering from stroke. I'm a dispensing optician, and the company Quantum, and I'm a low vision consultant with Quantum, and Quantum's been in operation for over 35 years. So we help people that have a print disability. Quite often people think it's just for visual aids. Now, print disability means anyone in this room or anyone in the community that's having trouble reading and absorbing information, whether they've been on the slides that you've been looking at through the day, whether it's signs on the walls, exit signs, bathroom signs, menus in restaurants, anything like that. So obviously with people that have had a stroke, they quite often lose the ability to absorb the information. And that might be because a certain quadrant in their visual field is blanked out, they've lost that. Sometimes that returns to them, sometimes it doesn't. And one of the major problems people have is they lose their independence and their dignity in being able to read and absorb things for themselves. Might be putting a frozen meal, you want to know what it is it, I don't know, apricot chicken or beef stroganoff? They might not be able to read that on the packet. They might... Yeah, yeah. We often hear that as a complaint, but we don't mind that because it sends people our way. But yeah, you might want to put a frozen meal in the microwave. Is that 6 minutes or 9 minutes? They can't read that to see it. So we've got aids that will help people. Obviously here, you're people that are recovering from stroke, but people might have lost vision through other eye diseases and things. So what I'm going to show you is a few things. Now, in your little white goodie bags you got, you would have received this little document. It's got an outline of lots of all of our products, okay? So I'm just going to talk today specifically about things that what we call text-to-speech. They're devices that talk to you. And I'm going to show you one, I'm going to show you one if you people in the audience can see. It's a handheld thing about the size of a marking pen or a whiteboard marker. And if I turn it around the right way, it's got a camera at the front. And I'm going to hold a document and I'm going to take a photo of it. A little red outline comes on.
Or can my Eye 2.0 for blind and partially sighted people, an artificial vision device with a light away.
So if people can see, I can have it, actually if I go over to here, I can have a red outline. So people that can see that red outline, all I'm doing is positioning that red outline around the text that I want to see. So you might want to pick up a bottle of sauce in the pantry. Is that barbecue sauce, tomato sauce? You can feel the shape, you know what it is. Press the button and it will read to you. Okay, so it's quite simple, it's something as that. There is also one that goes on glasses, which is about the size of my index finger, which was the original one. It can click onto glasses. Now, I'm just going to show you. I can hold that same document and I can point with one finger. It's now taken the photo.
And partially sighted people, an artificial vision device with a light-away smart camera that instantly reads text aloud.
And I'm going to stop it. All right. So what I did, I had one finger to make it go and 5 fingers. So I put it down so it doesn't keep going off while I'm talking to you. I should be Italian, talk with my hands. So the point I'm trying to get across to you is this technology is available now and it helps people that have various types of vision disability, and we're specifically talking about the inability to read things. If I went like this,
Stroke Recovery Association, NSW, reducing the impact of stroke, W, stroke recovery.
right, so I just asked it to read one of those signs on there, just to prove that I haven't set it up and it's pre-recorded and things, okay? So, just very quickly, some people say they might not be able to use that. We've also got a device like this, which is what those little ones went from. Can I just grab a corner of that table just very quickly? I can put that there, press the button, it'll take a photo. I'll just turn the volume up. Now that's where they've come from that.
Eye 2.0 for blind and partially sighted people, an artificial vision device with a lightweight smart camera that instantly reads text aloud.
So what I wanted to show you is you can have a box like that that sits on the table, or you can have a device that keeps falling on the ground, or you have a device like that that does the same type of thing, or you can have a device like the one that goes on the glasses if you want to be hands-free and things. So the point is there's something that's available for people that have an inability or a difficulty in reading, absorbing information. They may never have learnt to read, they may never have learnt, they could be dyslexic, they could have an eye disease or a stroke or whatever. So we're not here to try and take anybody away from their existing occupational therapists or speech therapists. We're here to add value to your services you're receiving. We're NDIS compliant, we supply to NDIS, home care packages, if people are in employment through the job access things. So we want to work with your existing occupational therapists and your existing speech pathologists. Obviously, if people don't have a connection with someone, we can put them in contact. We are not occupational therapists, we are not speech therapists, okay? So we're assistive technology suppliers. Now, we're just outside the door, and you come out there, so I'd encourage anybody, if they want to see any of these things, trying to keep down nice and short, Michelle's rules. I'm married, and I know what it's like. I follow what women tell me. All right. But again, one of those leaflets is in your white bags, and it details a lot of things. On the back of it, it's got our various contact details. We do make ourselves available if you want us to come and talk to your groups. Thumbs up from Julia at the background there. I've done a talk up at the Sutherland group recently. So yes, we are happy to come out and talk and show people these things and touch and feel and try, because we think it's very, very important. So if you hopefully want to come out and have a look, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll pick that up so I don't.
That's fine.
Thanks.
No worries at all. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thanks very much. And as Julia quite rightly pointed out, Jeffrey has spoken at the Sutherland group, and the feedback from that was wonderful. The other thing is at our Creating Connections conference, which will be held in August, Jeffrey will be presenting quite a larger presentation about the devices and vision impairment after stroke as well. So unfortunately, we're not able to get Louise Sellers back, which is unfortunate. She will be recording her speech, and we will make sure that we can get that out to you using, I presume, a USB stick. That's the extent of my technology knowledge. So that brings us to lunch. If anybody wants to have a chat about how you can be a consumer on the ACI networks, Brenda Booth is here in the front row, and Brenda's been she's a consumer rep on a number of committees, including an international committee for stroke. So have a chat with Brenda because she's got some wonderful knowledge about how to be a very, very effective consumer voice for stroke on these committees. So we're going to break for lunch now. We are unfortunately impacted again by COVID. Our online guests will leave us now, and we'll come back around about 1:40 and begin our afternoon session. If anybody wants to stay online, we will be having a slideshow of all the activities of our stroke recovery clubs over the years. For those of you who are staying within our area here to join us for lunch, we're going to ask that you go out a table at a time, because they are going to be handing out the lunches. So I'm presuming, Rachel, that people bring their lunch box back in here. She's not listening to me. Rachel, people are bringing their lunch boxes back in here to eat when they've been given a lunch box. Okay, so they're on the tables. You can take them out onto the tables in the area out there. Again, we will be getting you back in time to go online right on 1:40 because we're really hampered by the whole online process. So thank you very much for your attention this morning. I hope you've enjoyed it. I have to say I think we've had some excellent speakers and I'm sure that's going to go forward into this afternoon session. So please, Rach, do you want me to orchestrate the tables? Okay. Then I will ask the table at the back, Janelle, your table, to go first. Okay. And then I might move over to the table with the Wagga ladies, because I know you must be very hungry as you came up via the train overnight. So you're next on the list, so head on out for lunch, please. Does it say 1:40? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter. We're getting...
Test, check, test, check, test, check, test. Check, test, check, check, test, check, test.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our session this afternoon, which is where we get into some really interesting presentations on new and upcoming technologies that are being used for both lower limb and also upper limb. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Feedback seems to be that it was absolutely lovely, so I'm pleased that you did all enjoy that. So I'm here now to introduce you to this afternoon's session chair, and I'm sure she's well known to each and every one of you in the room. Our session chair is Ms. Brenda Booth, and Brenda is the co-chair of our working age group stroke, and to say they're the group that gives me the most trouble would probably be an understatement. But I have to say Port Macquarie and Glams are getting up there. So Brenda has had a long history of being an advocate for stroke, both at her local level, at the state, federal, and now international. She's an absolute passionate advocate for stroke. She's had several strokes, and I'm not going to go into that, so she's a consumer of all the services that you would have been a part of as part of your journey with stroke. She's been involved with our WAGS group for getting close to 20 years now, and has done an absolute fabulous job in progressing that and making that one of the strongest groups we have. For those of you who attend our Hunter Stroke Olympics, and those of you who don't, our WAGS groups are very well represented at our Olympics and tend to win most of the games. So not this year, we're always out there because the theme is to let's beat WAGS. Yep, let's beat WAGS. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to your afternoon session chair, Ms. Brenda Booth.
Just get organised. Well, as Michelle said, welcome back to the afternoon session of the Building Capacity Training Conference. The next section of the conference will be focused on new technologies in physiotherapy rehabilitation. All three speakers will be presenting one after the other, followed by questions at the conclusion of all the presentations. Our first speaker is Jason Redhead, who has kindly pre-recorded his presentation as he could not be here live today. Jason Redhead received his Bachelor of Physiotherapy at Otago University in New Zealand. He is currently employed as a Senior Physiotherapist and Assistive Technology Project Leader at Royal Rehab, New South Wales. Jason has a keen interest in neurological physiotherapy and has been working in this field for 11 years, initially with stroke, Parkinson's disease, motor neuron disease, but more recently over the last 8 years working with spinal cord injury clients in both inpatient and outpatient settings at Royal Rehab, Sydney, Australia. Jason has always taken an interest in different technology options available for physiotherapy, from different therapeutic devices to FES and mobility aids to help improve intensity of therapy and client engagement. When the opportunity came for Jason to be trained as an EksoNR therapist, Jason was very excited. Jason has seen the way he and his team provide therapy both in and out of the EksoNR at Royal Rehab and adapt as they embrace this new robotic technology. Jason has also been involved with student and clinical education, as well as supporting local research projects for spinal cord injury. Today, Jason will be introducing the EksoNR. Thank you, Jason.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jason Redhead. I'm one of the physiotherapists at Royal Rehab, and I'm going to present to you today regarding the EksoNR exoskeleton. It's a product that is made by Exobionics in America. and we've had it here at Rural Rehab since October of last year. I'll just talk through the device and indications and some limitations for the device, and then I'll talk about some of the research, and at the end I'll talk through a case study as well. So what is the EksoNR? It is a clinical device, first and foremost. As we often say, it's one of the tools for the physiotherapist in their toolbox. It's a device that must be used in a clinical setting under the supervision and guidance of trained EkSO physiotherapists. It's a wearable exoskeleton, so we adjust the device to fit the client, and we get the client into the device to use it as part of their therapy program. It's operated by 2 batteries, and those 2 batteries control 4 motors. So you can see on the picture there, there's sort of a microphone just above that blue circle. There's one of those on either side, and that's the 2 hip motors. And then if you come down the leg a little bit further, you can see there's 2 little what look like microphones again, and they are the knee motors. So between those 4 motors, they allow people with lower limb weakness, paralysis following a neurological injury to stand, walk, move, and participate in therapy using this exoskeleton. All movement within this exoskeleton can be initiated in 2 different ways. One, through specific movement of the client, and I'll talk about that in a second as to how that is done, or it could be done through passive movement, and that is done by the device, and the clinician will generally use the controller to activate that. So at the moment, the EksoNR is used in 30 countries across the world. Australia is country number 31, and it's used in 270 facilities worldwide. And Rural Rehab at the moment is the only facility within Australia. It also has FDA approval here clinically. So I guess just to start with some of the limitations, but also more so the screening that we do before we get somebody into the device. So as I mentioned, it's not for personal use. It is used within the clinic setting. For somebody to get up into the EkSO, they need to have what we deem safe, healthy bone density. So they need to be able to safely stand and or walk as part of their normal therapy, ADL, or exercise routine. We do require medical clearance, and there's sort of set criteria that they need to go through to make sure that the client is medically safe to participate in a robotic physiotherapy program. A client must have the strength in at least one arm to use a walking aid. They can't have any unhealed fractures or untreated blood clots. They can't have more than grade 3 spasticity on the Tardieu scale. And in terms of their passive joint range, they need to be able to achieve plantar grade range at the ankle. And ideally, they need to have at least 10 degrees of hip extension. If they do have a contracture in the hip and they can't reach that 10 degrees, we can make adjustments, but preferably we want people at that 10 degrees. Clients need to be under 100 kilos in weight, and they need to be between 1.5 and 1.9 meters tall. So this is sort of our initial screen that we will do with clients. And if they meet the criteria from the screen, then we will organise a specific physio assessment to take that sort of baseline measures and measure them up to fit into the device. So some of the features of the EksoNR, it can be used for a wide range of neurological impairments, from people with stroke to Parkinson's to spinal cord injury, brain injury, cerebral palsy, Guillain-Barré. There's a wide range of people that can use this device. Anyone that has any type of neurological impairment in their legs or muscle weakness within their legs can use this robotic exoskeleton. It is a customizable fit. So we would measure the client up and we would set the device for the individual. It takes about 7 minutes to change between clients, and we can adjust that to fit a lot of different people. The EksoNR has some data on board. So you can see the therapist there in the orange, she's holding, and myself, we're holding a screen there, and that's the onboard screen, and that gives us auditory feedback, it gives us visual feedback, and allows us to change the settings while we're walking or standing or doing therapy in the device. But there's also an online database. So all of the information that is captured while using the EksoNR during a therapy session is uploaded onto the online database, and we can use that data for various reasons, and we can access that easily. As I mentioned, large adjustability for different body shapes, and it's easy to store. So it only takes up the space of a single chair. It weighs about 16 kilos in total, and it can be moved around. We have it sitting up on a sort of a trolley that we can move it around, and that client can sit straight onto that. So easy to transfer on and off, whether someone is transferring via a hoist or a slide board or an independent stand or pivot transfer, they can get into the device easily. The device is used for different gait training goals, and it does that through patterned, reciprocal, and repetitive pattern of stepping. It allows us to have the higher intensity of therapy that may not be able to be achieved with just using regular therapy on land physiotherapy. The benefit of the EksoNR is that it is promoted as a real neuro-rehabilitation device. So this is the second generation of the EksoNR, and this new generation does allow for clients who are using this device to do more than just walking. It allows to concentrate on weight shift training, balance training, and specific muscle training that may be specific to their impairments, to their function. And we can adjust the amount of assistance or resistance that we can offer to get them working in a more active assist or assistive mode of therapy. The device is controlled through sort of that robotic assistance, and it can provide assistance in either the swing phase of gait or in the standing phase of gait. And we can adjust the amount of assistance depending on how the client presents, from a fully passive therapy to active assist therapy to assistive therapy. And I'll explain that in a little bit more detail here. So just quickly going through how we can change the step initiation. Initially, we always start with what's called first step, and this is where the client needs to initiate the lateral and forward weight shift. And when they can achieve that, the therapist will initiate the step using that touchscreen controller. Once they've mastered that first step activity, then we can move on to pro step. So pro step, thus the client still needs to actively forward and lateral weight shift. But once they achieve that, the device will then trigger the step in that setting. Once they're managing that, we move forward into pro step plus, and at that point the client is actively doing both the lateral and forward weight shift as well as triggering the step themselves. So there's a progression of that step initiation as the client progresses in their EksoNR therapy. The amount of swing and stance support can vary. In swing phase, it can go from full support, so that's that max setting, or it can be active assisted or active in either of the adapt or fixed modes. The adapt mode, the amount of assistance will fluctuate and change as per the input that the device is receiving from the effort that the client is providing. In the fixed mode, it's like a ceiling value. So the device won't offer any more than what that fixed value we've set, but it can offer less as the client is able to do more active therapy. And similar with the support in standing, it can be fully passive support in standing, or it can be flexible support. So more active assisted, more active therapy in that standing phase. So looking at some of the research, it is one of the most researched exoskeletons in the world. There's over 74 studies that are completed purely on the EksoNR, and these studies have shown that people are able to achieve longer walking times, improve circulation, gait symmetry, gait speed, the distance that they can walk after a period of therapy using the Ekso, and improving their mobility outside of the device as well as their balance. You can find more of the details of that research at the EksoBionics website. The site is there to access. But I'll go through just some of the recommendations as to where EksoNR therapy and where exoskeletons are recommended following stroke. So if we start with the Stroke Foundation, there is a strong recommendation in the Stroke Foundation for stroke survivors with difficulty walking should be given the opportunity to undertake tailored repetitive practice of walking. Now, this doesn't talk specifically about exoskeleton or other robotic devices, but what we can take from this is that the EksoNR exoskeleton gives us the opportunity to offer clients post-stroke an environment that they can carry out high-intensity repetitive practice of walking. And it allows us to do that with less manual handling from the therapist, less fatigue from the therapist, less fatigue from the client. And it allows them to, what maybe would take maybe 20 steps in an overground walking session to maybe taking 200 steps in an EksoNR session. So using a robotic exoskeleton really does support this strong recommendation from the Stroke Foundation. Also from the Stroke Foundation, there is a weak recommendation for stroke survivors with difficulty walking that one or more of the following interventions may be used in addition to those previously listed. And the EksoNR exoskeleton fits into three of these interventions, including the electromechanically assisted gait training, which is what the exoskeleton is, as well as it provides feedback. So the virtual sort of palm pad device that the therapist use, there's so much feedback that comes from that, both visually and auditory. And so that feedback can really sort of cue into what type of stepping practice or muscle movement that we need to be focusing on. And clients have really commented that they've really appreciated the feedback that they can get from that visual and auditory device. It also gives a cueing of cadence. So the EksoNR has got the auditory sounds, and hopefully you'll hear that in a video shortly. And those auditory sounds really cue your weight shift and the timing in which you need to be taking that next step. So again, the EksoNR does support this week recommendation to be having these interventions for those with difficulty walking following a stroke. Also from a Cochrane Library review, related to electromechanical assisted training after stroke. So they found that there's no evidence for one particular locomotor training strategy, but that locomotor training for walking in rehab after stroke might help to improve a person's ability to walk. However, there are many strategies that exist to achieve this. And one of those includes robotic assisted gait training, which we're doing with the EksoNR exoskeleton. And so just going through a couple of randomized control trials that continue to support the use of EkSO. This is one from 2020 where they had 44 participants over 4 weeks. Their control was just your standard physiotherapy for an hour and 45, whereas the experimental group had an hour of standard physio plus 45 minutes of robotic exoskeleton using the EksoNR. And this study showed that both the control and the experimental group improved function and balance following each of their interventions, but it also showed that the experimental group using the EksoNR also had significant improvement on the Rivermead Mobility Index as well as the Barthel Index. So it really supports that idea that EksoNR, exoskeleton robotic therapy in conjunction with standard therapeutic care is achieving better outcomes. A very similar study from 2018, similar population, a little bit later, post-stroke, 11 months was the mean, and longer therapy time, this time 8 weeks versus the previous 4. Control, again, at same time in terms of conventional therapy, this time just overground gait training in the control versus the experimental, they had robotic gait training as their experimental group. They had a wide range of outcome measures that they used, and in both groups, it did show that they both achieved that mean clinical difference in all outcomes, but also showed that the experimental group that had the EksoNR therapy also showed significant improvements in the assessments for neuroplasticity. So again, similar guidelines that we can take from this is that the intervention of both standard physiotherapy and robotic therapy is achieving greater outcomes following stroke. So just to talk you through a case study, we've got Mo here. She's a 77-year-old lady, and she had a stroke back in July of last year. So she presented with dense left hemiparesis in the upper and lower limb. Just by way of background, she was the primary carer for her husband. She was living at home with him in their own home, as well as with their adult son. She was previously independent with no aids, independent with all tasks of mobility and her ADLs. She didn't have any formal supports previously, and she did have a good family network. So she presented to the acute hospital back in July, and she had a period of inpatient rehabilitation, and then she was discharged home 4.5 months after stroke. Her discharge wasn't to her own home, it was to her daughter's home, which was flat access. But at time of discharge, she was referred to a TACP package, which is where Raw Rehab became involved with her. So at that time of commencing TACP, she was walking with 1x max assist as well as a gait belt. And she also used a 4-point quad stick. Her walking speed was slow, a small step length. She was vaulting during her swing phase, poor foot clearance, hip hitching, and she was circumducting her left leg through swing phase. Her strength on her right was full strength, and she had grade 1s and 2 strength in her left. Supervision was needed for all transfers, and her walking tolerance was approximately 15 metres. So she started with TACP. She had her therapy in the home, and she had all the conventional therapy at home. During the next sort of 4 weeks of physiotherapy at home, her walking tolerance improved slightly, and she was recommended to start a trial of the EksoNR. So on the beginning of February this year, she came to us and she was assessed to use the EksoNR, and you can see this was her in February. So really struggling to swing her leg through phase, not enough dorsiflexion through swing, assistance from her carer to be able to keep herself balanced, a lot of reliance on that quad stick, very small step length. So she was referred for EksoNR therapy to really work on her gait pattern, to give her the feedback that she needs to improve her weight shift and get her to weight bear more on her right side, and to work on her posture and her walking speed. So if we flip now to the EkSO session, there on the right, and you can see that by using the EkSO, you can focus on the auditory sounds. Those beeping noises are the cues for Mo to make sure that she's getting the most suitable weight shift to allow a safe swing through phase. You can see that she's got better ground clearance during swing phase and better weight bearing between the left and the right. So she then went on and had a further 6 physio sessions and 8 EkSO sessions after that initial assessment. And that took her through all of February, March, and into April. And after those 8 EkSO sessions and 6 physio, she moved from that hands-on assistance and that support from her carer to just needing that close supervision. You can see her, she's just standing there at the moment, but you can see that her carer is just standing and not needing to provide any assistance. Hopefully this video will play. Yep. You can see that she's more upright with her walking. She's getting better swing through on that left phase. Her circumduction of that left phase has reduced, and she's able to walk faster. Her 10-meter walk test reduced from 50 seconds down to 38. She was a lot more confident. I remember with her, after her first session, she finished her session and she walked from the gym to her car, which was only about maybe 10 meters. And the smile on her face that she was able to do that without the assistance, just that sort of close standby support from her carer, was such a significant milestone for her. When she started with the EksoNR, she had increased her walking endurance from that 15 on discharge to 30, and she increased that a further 50 meters with the support of the EksoNR therapy. As a result of that combination of physio and EksoNR, she was able to achieve some of her functional goals around the home. She was able to stand with more confidence and make a cup of tea for herself. And she was able to walk independently around the kitchen and be a member of her household with her daughter and her husband. So this is just a quote that I'll finish up with, and it's from a client. He was an 86-year-old gentleman who was very early post-stroke when he came to us. He was about 4 weeks post-injury, and he came in, he had 3 weeks of therapy with us, and he just said, after having a stroke, I was very fortunate enough to have the EksoNR therapy to correct my walking ability. I found the therapy enjoyable, and I believe the combined system of EksoNR and traditional therapy shortened my journey to recovery. So just some really positive feedback from some of the clients that we've worked with while using the EksoNR as part of their recovery following stroke. So if you think that's something that I've mentioned today, that maybe you have a client or you're a consumer that might be suitable to use the EksoNR, feel free to contact us. You can check out our website, rawrehab.com.au/EksoNR, or you can give us a call there on that phone number, and we can talk through options, whether they meet that criteria to use the EksoNR, and options around funding. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Jason, for that interesting video presentation. Our next guest speaker is Melissa McConaghy. She's the Director and Principal Physiotherapist of Advanced Rehab Centre, which is located in Artarmon, Sydney. Melissa is a specialist neurological clinician, educator, author, and health entrepreneur. She established Mobile Rehab Innovations in 2006 as an entirely mobile rehab service, and Advanced Rehab Centre in 2009 after recognising the need for a purpose-built neurological rehab centre providing expert rehabilitation for people with complex therapy needs in Sydney. She is also founder of PD Warrior, a program for people with Parkinson's that is taught and licensed internationally, and Insight, an online conference that is part of the global education calendar for people with Parkinson's. Melissa sits on the Clinical Advisory Board for Polio Australia and is the current Australian Physiotherapy Association APA branch counsellor. I had to try and not get that mixed up. She is past chair of APA New South Wales Neurology Chapter and a past national representative. Melissa has worked in a variety of neurological rehabilitation settings, both here and overseas, for 20 years, and has taught on a range of topics including intensity in stroke, and contributed to the production of the APA Level 1 Neurological Rehab course. Melissa was awarded Australian Physiotherapist of the Year in 2019 and received Australian Physiotherapy Association New South Wales Branch Council Award for contribution to the profession in 2019. Today, Melissa will be introducing the LEXO, the latest innovation in gait training technology. Welcome, Melissa.
Thanks everybody. Thanks for having me. So I am going to be talking about another robotic gait training device today called the LEXO. So what I sought to do, I come from a slightly different angle because I invested personally in this device, and so I did a lot of research leading up to this purchase decision. around what did the literature support. I went over to Austria and had a look at a prototype of the device that I ended up purchasing, and I sought to answer the question, how do we improve walking outcomes post-stroke? And these were some of the issues that we sought to address. So the first one was low step rate. We know in clinical practice, even in a gait training session in conventional rehab, we typically only achieve around 500 steps in a gait training session. Typically low intensity, and we actually audited our own client base. We had heart monitors on our clients, and we did this for a month, and we actually looked at how high people's heart rates were actually going in their training sessions. And we deduced, even though we were pushing people hard, or what we thought we were pushing quite hard, they still were achieving only small amounts of time in a cardiovascular training zone. And that's very common of traditional rehab. It's very low intensity as well. There can be motivational issues if you're trying to get people to do something that's really challenging, really hard, possibly quite frightening if you think you're going to fall over. So there can be barriers to extended treatment as well. It's very labour intensive, particularly if we talk about holding somebody up and then trying to put a foot through a gait pattern. You can often have 3 people working with a person on a treadmill, for instance, which is very labour intensive. The therapists are often very prone to injury themselves, and the individual themselves, they're having a foot moved in space, which can be very disconcerting and can also be damaging to them as well sometimes. It can lead to inefficient and effortful walking patterns as well, particularly if we're reinforcing asymmetrical gait patterns purely because we're too busy trying to hold a person up. We can't actually be exploring what's happening down at the feet and with the weight shift. There can be mechanical joint stresses and pain, which leads to decreased compliance, and plenty of other training issues. And we work with a lot of brain injury clients as well, and often one of the triggers for behavioural outbursts can be that fear factor. They're too busy feeling that they're going to fall over to actually focus on their intensive training and rehab. So these were some of the issues that we sought to address, and certainly some of the issues I sought to address in the purchasing decision that I made. So in terms of looking at the evidence, I thought I'd just draw on 2 very brief examples here. This was a study done by Hornby and colleagues in 2019, and I draw your attention to this because this is one of the first studies that really looked at translation from clinical practice into the real world. And basically the sum of this research paper just basically shows the more steps you can do in gait training practice and rehab, that will typically convert into real world gait training outcomes. And so here they were training people up to 4,000 steps on a treadmill, and that was achieving about a 25% increase in real world activity levels. And that's really the take home message, is what are you doing outside of the clinical rehab setting? That's the most important thing that we wanted to achieve. So we know that high stepping dosage is really, really important. The other thing we wanted to look at is intensity in practice. And I said before, we had our exercise physiologists put heart rate monitors on our patients in our gait training sessions, and we found that routinely people were not achieving any more than about 5 to 6 minutes in a cardiovascular training zone, which means that we weren't really increasing fitness levels of our patients, which means the endurance and the overall capacity to increase their stepping distance was quite poor, even though we were pushing people quite hard. And this is with one of the studies, again, Hornby and colleagues, which supports the necessity for intensity in training. They actually had people looking at self-selected walking velocity, and they had them on a high variable, so working at a really high intensity on a treadmill, but just walking straight, and then they had them walking high variables on an obstacle course, but at a high cardiovascular rate. And then they had a group working on treadmills, just straight. And then they had a group walking on an obstacle course and very low. So again, low cardiovascular rate. And the take home from this study is that the group that were both variable, doing obstacles, which you think would translate into clinical practice, and also on a treadmill, it was the intensity, the cardiovascular intensity, that was the key factor to their improvement in walking. And so it's studies like this that show us the 2 main key factors in improving walking, particularly after stroke, is whether your heart rate is up high enough during your training session, and are you doing enough stepping practice. So those were 2 of the critical features that we drew from the literature and our own clinical experience. And so in our audit, these are just some of the examples of the stroke patients that we were screening. And you can see here on the left here, this gentleman here was hemiparetic on the left. He was using a walker to mobilise. He was walking about 433 steps on average in his training session and only achieving 1 minute in the cardiovascular training zone that would increase his fitness. And we thought we were working him quite hard. The next lady here had a subarachnoid hemorrhage, 340 steps on a treadmill, very prone to having lots of rest breaks on a treadmill. And of course on a treadmill, even though it waits for no man, she can't stop on the device because it will continue. Very asymmetrical step 2 pattern that is very hard to overcome manually and with a therapist doing that. And no time spent in the heart rate training zone. This other gentleman here who was 6 months post-stroke at the time, 710 steps, so he's actually doing quite well. And he achieved 10 minutes in a cardiovascular training zone. Now we know the threshold for increasing in fitness is 12 minutes, so he's not even there. And then we had this other gentleman here who's ataxic, post-stroke, 2,231 steps. So he's actually doing really well, and he's just achieved the minimum threshold. So this was telling us that in our gait training session, conventional therapy was not working people hard enough, and we weren't getting enough stepping dosage either. So in terms of answering the question, how do we improve walking outcomes, we were looking to robotic devices. It has to be something that's going to improve conventional rehab. And so we looked at body weight support treadmill training, which is what we do typically. It's very labour intensive, and it can certainly reinforce a compensatory gait pattern. So then we looked at robotics, and we looked at exoskeletons, which is what Jason has been talking about. There's static devices like the Locomat, basically articulating at the hip, the knee and the ankle. And then there's the assistive devices, which is what Jason's presentation was talking about. From all the literature that we looked at, we surmised that the best device we wanted to go with was not an exoskeleton. It was a different type of device called an end effector. And essentially, and my therapy team will kill me for saying this, but it's a glorified cross trainer essentially. Your feet are strapped into the device, and that is what forces a physiological gait pattern. So there's no deviation from a normal gait pattern. It will force a normal gait pattern, and that's what drives the symmetry of gait. We can alter the parameters for step distance, for step length, the speed of walking, and all the variables that can achieve a very, very effective and functional walking pattern. And so we had to basically decide, well, what did we want to achieve with our walking outcomes? We wanted to improve walking outcomes for individuals with functional walking goals. And that's very much suited to a stroke population, opposed to a population who wanted to have the experience of walking. People that are probably unlikely to have functional walking goals or may not achieve independent walking down the track. And I can think of some of the clients that use the LEXO at the moment, so they might have had a paraplegic or an incomplete quadriplegic. They love the experience of being upright. It assists with their bodily comfort levels, bone density, etc. And they just love the psychological experience of being upright and normal again in their experience. But we wanted a device that would really improve walking outcomes for individuals. So from the literature, one of the highest levels of evidence that you can draw from is the Cochrane Review, which is a systematic review of as many articles that fit the criteria as possible. And what they showed is that body weight support treadmill training and robotic exoskeletons did not, on the whole, improve the chance of gait independence compared with conventional therapy. So that basically immediately made the decision for us. We weren't looking at an exoskeleton for that reason and many others. The use of robotic end effector gait trainers, which is what the LEXO sits under that category, and rehabilitation for people after stroke, however, did increase the chance of independence at the end of the intervention phase. And that's what we're most interested in. Can we improve independence in walking? And primarily for people in the first 3 months after stroke and for those who were not able to walk. That was the group that was able to benefit the most, and non-ambulant individuals in the acute, subacute phase post-stroke. And then there was a follow-up study that looked at, in comparison to conventional gait rehab, gait training assisted by end effector apparatus leads to statistically significant and clinically relevant improvement in gait velocity and maximum walking distance. So we can improve the distance, the speed, and the independence using devices like the end effector. So I just wanted to show you a brief video so that you can understand a little bit more about how the LEXO actually works. So I'm hoping this will work. Okay, so we don't have audio here, so I will just run through what you're looking at. So it's a much larger footprint than an exoskeleton assistive device. And you can see here, this is James on the device here. It's got interactive computer software that will respond to your movement patterns. We've just had our 100th patient on the device, and I can tell you we've partnered with Macquarie Uni for a feasibility and acceptability study, and the results are absolutely outstanding. Not only do clinicians absolutely love the device, so do patients. And there's lots of parameters that we can explore further. Because we're not so busy holding somebody up, we can actually step back and take a look at what's happening for individuals. Do we want to work on where their foot lands in after swing phase? Do we want to work on how they push their foot through gait? Do we want to work on symmetry? There's all these parameters that we can actually get immediate feedback on because of the sensors within the foot plate, and then we can adjust the parameters to enhance what they're actually doing in their gait training session. So in terms of LEXO benefits, which is an end effector device, we can certainly increase the dosage of therapy. Our average dosage at the moment is around 1,500 to 2,000 steps. What we underestimated was how much fitness people would need to develop in order to achieve those 4,000 steps. And I think this just speaks to the fact that when you get people on a device like this, which is going to push people really hard, it takes a while for them to build up the strength and the endurance to actually achieve the dosage required. And so for many of our stroke patients, we've actually had them on the device 3 or 4 weeks before they can start hitting that 4,000 step mark, because they need to be fit enough to do it. Most patients will only achieve about 12 minutes and come off completely jelly-legged because they've worked harder than they have for a very long time. So we had underestimated that, but we've had some learnings and takeaways from that. The intensity of practice is quite profound. So again, we've had our exercise physiology team hook patients up, and we can actually look at real time how much time people are spending in that cardiovascular training zone. And for the first time, we are getting people up into that cardiovascular training zone, and they're getting significantly fitter for the ability of this device to actually get them up into that training zone. We can be really precise in our exercise and walking prescription because of the sensory feedback that we get from the foot plates. We can adjust immediately and in real time the parameters and the feedback that we give to every individual to make sure that we enhance their experience on the device. It's incredibly motivating. We actually struggle to get people off. If they're not completely exhausted, they don't want to get off. We have to physically pick them up and move them off. And I think, again, that's a factor of the gamification that comes with the computer interactive software. And I think the fact that you come off and you immediately have an increase in symmetry because you've just been forced to do that for the last 20 or 30 minutes. You have this carryover effect of symmetry, increased stride length, lack of gait, reduced gait variation, and people just love the experience of being able to walk better. And that carryover can be very variable. For some patients, it can be 24 hours. For some people, we've had it 4 days. But then they'll want to come back and build on what they've learned and practiced previously. And certainly the decreased injury risk. Our use of the LEXO is down to 1 clinician per patient on the whole. Sometimes we might need 2 therapists to get a patient on and off, particularly if there's an incomplete quadriplegic involved. But there's no labour involved from a clinician's perspective, so it's no longer self-limiting to how long I can actually physically move a limb through space, which might be one of the reasons why we only achieve 300 or 400 steps in a session. And the patients are basically harnessed into the device. There's nowhere they can go, so they feel very comfortable and very confident in the device itself. It's incredibly accommodating. We can take people up to 6'6", up to 200 kilograms, and we've just had our little bitty cerebral palsy 8-year-old who was 15 kilos on the device as well. So it's incredibly accommodating for spasticity and contracture. We've had a lot of patients with fixed AFOs on the device quite comfortably. And I think that's all that I can tell you from that. And it's got an active mode, a passive mode, and an active assist mode. And again, some of the features that we underestimated was that passive mode. So that would actually force you to take a normal stride length with normal symmetry, etc., take your weight. We underestimated how significant that would actually be. And what we can do is force that normal gait pattern and then use those sensors to get that feedback and say, right, I really need you to focus on your heel strike for this bit, and you'll get immediate feedback about how well they're hitting the mark. They get really big smiley faces, which we use for the paediatric population, and then you get different colours depending on how much weight you're actually putting through that heel, for instance. And so we can change the feedback that we give to the client based on how they're performing. So I won't go into this too much. I think some of the main considerations are not uncommon to what Jason mentioned, which can be range of motion. It can be incredibly accommodating for contracture, but not for all. Spasticity, at the moment, we've not excluded anybody for reasons of spasticity or clonus, and we've had some brain injury clients, MS clients, and spinal cord injury clients with significant spasticity that have managed really well and actually improved because of the experience. Trunk control to a degree, the harness will come up to here, so anybody without head control would probably struggle on this device, but anybody without trunk control to a point we can be fairly accommodating for. And then I think cognitive and psychological problems or psychiatric problems might be one of the limiting factors as well, which is something that we triage in the assessment. What are the goals? Is it a functional walking goal? Because that will dictate how much training is required. Usually we're trying to drive neuroplastic change, which basically means how we drive the efficiency of pathways within the brain. Usually we'd recommend 3 times a week to actually achieve those gains. So a quick block, maybe 4 weeks or 3 times a week, will probably achieve the best outcomes. And then if we can extend that even longer, even better outcomes. And then obviously just monitoring for comorbidities. They are in a harness, so we need to make sure that there's no sensory disturbance or catheters that we need to accommodate for as well. We do it as part of our overground walking practice as well, because again it goes back to translation of clinical practice into overground walking and making sure that when people come and use the LEXO, they can take that learning home with them as well. So the only device in Australia, the end effector, can achieve 3,000 to 4,000 steps in a training session, which I think is profound. We've got much more capacity for time spent in the target heart rate training zone, so we're getting people a lot fitter than any other device we've seen in Australia at the moment. Single therapist for setup in training on the whole. It's a responsive gait pattern, so we can actually refine your movement pattern to be more of a physiological and normal walking pattern. Variable body weight support, so we can reduce a lot of the load if there's any biomechanical joint stress or pain, and very few safety concerns and increased patient confidence. So we're very, very happy with the device. As I said, we've just had our 100th patient on it. We've got some data that we're pulling together and we'll be able to share that at conferences coming up. So if you're interested in finding out more about the device, you can email me directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa, on a very interesting LEXO presentation. Stroke recovery members who attend the Hunter Stroke Olympics will know our next guest speaker very well. Jodie Marquez is a physiotherapist with over 20 years of experience in neurological rehabilitation. It is this clinical background that drives her research to further our understanding of brain dysfunction and emerging rehabilitation techniques. This includes using EEG, MRI techniques to study physiological effects of therapeutic interventions. The main area of research focus to date has been electrical brain stimulation, particularly direct current stimulation called TDCS, and its potential applications in stroke rehabilitation. Other areas of interest include mood disorders and fatigue post-stroke, and adjunct therapies such as mirror therapy, exercise therapy, and hippotherapy. Jodie attained a graduate certificate in tertiary teaching in 2010 and teaches predominantly in the neurological courses of the Bachelor of Physiotherapy program, which is built on previous experience of teaching English as a second language for 5 years in a school in Mexico. She is the coordinator and lecturer for several physiotherapy courses and supervises numerous honours students each year and RHD students. Jodie will present her findings on her recent research into REGs. Please welcome Dr. Jodie Marquez.
Wow, full marks to you, Brenda, for pronouncing some of those words that I'm sure you don't even know what they mean. And for your own research, because I don't know where you found some of those facts, but it was nice reminiscing with you. I come from a different perspective to both Melissa and Jason, in that I'm a researcher primarily. So I'm going to present to you some research that we've conducted on a different type of robotic device to the other two that we've heard about today. So I'm tasked with trying to provide some evidence to either support or refute the use of some of these emerging technologies as they evolve. So I am, have no objective in determining whether they do work or not. But if they do work, then I'm really driven to try and find out who they're going to be best applied to and who they should be offered to in a clinical setting. So that's where I come from. Even though I'm presenting this work today, and I need to probably turn that on. Even though I'm presenting this work today, the bulk of the research was done by my PhD student, Nicola Postel. So I just want to acknowledge her. She did all the data collection and the therapy intervention. And you'll see her in a lot of the slides that I show you today. I also want to acknowledge the Australian Institute of Neurorehabilitation. They're a not-for-profit organisation that were responsible for bringing this exoskeleton device to Australia, and it's the only Australian-owned device of this kind that we have. And also Newcastle Permanent Charitable Foundation, because they're the charity that actually purchased the device and provided it to us to use in our rehab research. And the device that we have is called a Rex Bionic exoskeleton, and we have affectionately named our device Helen, which stands for Hunter's Exoskeleton of Lower Limb Exercise and Neurorehabilitation. So we affectionately call her Helen. We believe that she's the only female exoskeleton in Australia, so we're quite proud of that. Here we go. Okay, so strokes tends to be a really common area of interest that we're applying robotics to, and the main reason for that is because mobility is one of the primary symptoms of stroke. And we know from Melissa and from Jason's presentations that if you want to regain the ability to move, then you need to exercise in upright postures. And so exoskeletons seem to fit that remit. We also know from Melissa's talk that you need to do lots of repetitions of exercise, and therapists get tired and robots don't. So they seem to be a good fit for that as well. And of course, you've also got those other secondary advantages of exercising in upright postures. We know that for all your organ health, so for your kidneys, your lungs, your gut function, your heart, if you can be upright for periods during the day, then you're going to reduce the risk of secondary complications from not being. So this is the Rex. Unlike Jason's device, which weighed, I think, 15 kilos, Helen weighs 53 kilos. It's a massive device. It's a bilateral exoskeleton, so some of them on the market are just single-limbed, but Helen is a bilateral device, and it has 10 actuators, so it is powered at the hips, the knees and the ankles with motors, one motor in each of the ankles, 2 in each of the knees and 2 in each of the hips. So it's a fully powered device, and the patient is strapped in at each of those joints, so hips, knees and ankles are strapped in. In addition to that, there's an abdominal binder and there's a pelvic harness, so the patient is really quite fully supported. We can easily adjust the leg length with an electric drill, so we can fit people in. I've learnt new skills. So we can adjust the leg length to suit someone as short as 4'7" to someone as tall as 6'3". So we have quite a lot of adjustment available in the leg length, but other than that, it is relatively rigid. And one of the issues that we had that with a lot of patients and with a lot of the general population, as we tend to get a bit older, we get a little bit more podgy around the middle, and there's very little give in the pelvic width of the device. So some people weren't eligible to use it because we couldn't actually get them in it because they're a little bit broad around the middle. There's been very few previous research studies conducted using the Rex exoskeleton. A couple of studies with patients who have multiple sclerosis and spinal cord injury, but they were largely looking at feasibility and whether it was safe and whether it could be used in a rehab setting. So we conducted a systematic review of all the available literature up until 2018, and since then there's been an enormous amount of literature published, but at that point there was nothing on the EksoNR and there was nothing on the Rex device, and very little on any other overground exoskeletons at that time. In fact, we could only pull the data from 5 studies, so this really is a rapidly emerging field of rehab. And I'm sure in the next couple of years when you come to conferences like this, there's going to be a whole range of new devices and evidence that you're going to be hearing about. But at the current point in time with regard to overground exoskeletons, the evidence is really limited, and in particularly with independent research. So you can appreciate that a lot of the evidence comes from the companies that are producing the devices, so you need to be really careful of your interpretation of that evidence. So as I was saying, there's a lot of new devices being marketed at the moment. New ones are emerging all the time. So you need to think about what sets each exoskeleton apart. And with Rex, the one standout feature is that it's the only standalone exoskeleton that's currently on the market. So all of the other devices for overground exoskeletons will require you to use a walking frame or crutches or some external therapists for support, whereas Helen is completely freestanding. Once you're strapped in, you can go off and do your exercises independently without any requirement of using your arms. And that's a big draw card for people with stroke, because often, you have an arm that has very limited use, so it makes it difficult if you need to use a walking frame or crutches. So that's probably one of the standout features. The other standout feature is that most of the overground exoskeletons have a focus on regaining independent gait, and really that's not the way that the Rex is marketed. It's marketed as a tool to provide support for standing exercise therapy. So it's not designed to be used to facilitate gait, and I know Jason didn't mention it, but the EksoNR has been used by a patient to walk in a marathon in England, for example. Certainly could not do that in the Rex exoskeleton. It's too slow, too cumbersome. So it's not designed to facilitate you walking around independently, from room to room. It's designed for you to give you an upright posture so that you can perform upright exercises as part of your therapy. One of the biggest criticisms of the Rex has been that people say that because it's so supportive, is the patient actually doing anything in the device? Because you could just be moved around in it like a passenger on a plane. So we sought to investigate that as well. And because it is so supportive, I know that when I get in it, I feel a little bit frightened because I have very limited control over where my legs are going. So we wanted to know whether patients actually liked it as well. So let's meet Helen. Oh, what a shame there's no sound, because there's really nice ambient music that goes along with this. Oh, thank you, Mr. Music. moves quite slowly. It's certainly not going to win any races. And that's probably one of the biggest limitations of the device. We want people to practice walking at their habitual gait speed, and you certainly can't do that with Helen. But that's not the intent of the design also. So we conducted a research trial. One of the main things that we wanted to look at was all of the other potential benefits that you might get from exercising in Helen other than just gait outcomes, because that's traditionally what's measured, but we know that there's lots of other potential benefits as well. And we also only wanted to look at people with severe mobility impairment, and that's a criticism of a lot of the earlier research. They research people who can already independently mobilise, and I would argue that if you can already walk, why do you want a robot to help you do that? You should be practising it on your own. So we wanted to only include people who either couldn't walk at all or needed heavy assistance to be able to mobilise. And we included people with stroke, with spinal cord injury and with multiple sclerosis. We also didn't want to randomise people to a group where they didn't receive therapy with Helen because we didn't think that was fair. So to overcome that, we randomised everyone into a wait list phase. So they came in, we conducted some baseline assessments, we sent them away to live their life for another 12 weeks before we got them in to start the therapy. And then once they started, they came into the university for 2 times a week for 12 weeks for an hour each session, and we conducted therapy that was facilitated by Helen. And then we got them back 12 weeks later to see what their outcomes were. So to be eligible, you needed to be basically immobile, needed to have had your diagnosis at least 3 months prior to being recruited. And you also needed to be a resident of the Hunter, which was very difficult for us to enforce on occasions, but the main reason for that was because the funder was Newcastle Permanent Charitable Trust, and they donated the money as part of their community service agreement to provide services for residents in the Hunter. So that was largely outside of our control. The other thing was patients need to be discharged from inpatient facilities and services, but many of them were still receiving outpatient therapy or therapy in the home, and we encouraged that to continue. Our main exclusion criteria were related to the device, so if you didn't fit in the device, and as I was saying, a little bit chubby around the middle, that was often a precluding factor. But unlike Melissa's device, another big reason why people couldn't use Helen was if they had contractures in their calf muscles. So if you couldn't get your heels down in Helen, then we couldn't put you in it because Helen would force your heels down. So there was a risk of injury with that, either through tearing your calf muscles or breaking your bones. So we had to exclude people with contractures in their calf, which was another limiting factor. But for our stroke participants, potentially the biggest reason why people couldn't be in the trial was because of our cognitive assessment scale. So for 2 reasons, when you participate in a research trial, you need to consent to a trial, you need to show that you can understand what's involved and provide informed consent. And so we need to conduct a screen to show that you've got the mental capacity to do that. And secondly, when you're in a device as restrictive as Helen, we need to know that you can tell us if you feel uncomfortable, you feel pain, you want to get out of it, you feel frightened, all of that kind of stuff. So we use the standardised assessment, which is the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Scale with a standard cutoff of 19. And unfortunately, a lot of people with aphasia have trouble passing that test. So we really need to work more on how we can get people with aphasia to be more included in our trials, because that's really important to us in the future. So this is what we found. We recruited 22 participants, fairly wide age range. The average age was 54, but we had one participant who had a spinal cord injury and she was aged 25. A wide range of chronicity. So we had someone that had their stroke 6 months prior to enrolment, but we also had a lady who had been living with multiple sclerosis for 44 years. And then alongside our main trial, we also wanted to see whether exercise in Helen was passive, so we recruited 20 healthy volunteers as well, so that we could have a look at, well, what do healthy people do in Helen as compared to people with neurological injury, and we matched them for age and gender, so that'd be a good comparison group. So what did we find? We found that when you are in Helen, you are not passive, which is a pretty big, important finding in terms of using this as a rehab device. So we used oxygen consumption as a surrogate measure of energy expenditure or muscle activation, and we found that whether you are healthy or whether you had a neurological condition, when you do therapy in Helen, you are actively participating in that therapy and your oxygen consumption increases. We found that if you're healthy, you work harder than if you're not, and that's probably an indication of your disability. But we found also that with our stroke patients, when we reassessed them at the end of the intervention, that they were working harder than at the beginning of the intervention, and that may be an indicator of some improved fitness as a result of the therapy. In terms of the specific activities that made people work harder, we found that it was sit-to-stand practice and squatting practice where people worked hardest, and they didn't work so hard when they were doing sidestepping and lunging type activities. In terms of function, we found that there was some functional improvement in some of our measures of function, and that included bed mobility, sit-to-stand, and standing balance. And we also found that there were significant improvements in self-reported independence. So that's where you fill in the Bartel index, and I'm sure most of you have used that at some point in your rehab. So there were statistically significant improvements in some measures of function and in self-reported levels of independence. But what we can't really report on is those more physical measures because the results were so inconsistent. So definitely some people did improve their leg strength at the end of the trial. Some people did improve their lean body mass at the end of the trial and improve their balance, but those findings weren't consistent. So they weren't consistent across time points that we measured for individuals, and they weren't consistent between different participants. So we need to be really careful in our interpretation of those results. So even though some people did show improvements, others did not. And it's those inconsistent findings that we need to have a close look at in further research. And we also measured quality of life, which it really is the gold standard outcome for any intervention. If you as a therapist provide some kind of therapy and your patients say to you that the quality of their life has improved as a result of that therapy, you feel like your life is justified as a therapist. It's what you're aiming for. So if someone's, quads get stronger, not really important, but if their quality of life improves, then that really is meaningful to most people. There's a few different ways that we can assess that, and one indicator of quality of life is fatigue, and we showed that with our stroke population there were improvements in fatigue, and that really shouldn't be understated because a lot of stroke patients report that fatigue is their main symptom after stroke, and it's the most debilitating symptom after stroke. So if we can improve that, then we've achieved something. Unfortunately, we didn't have any consistent improvements in self-reported health status or in mood. So anxiety and depression remained relatively unchanged. Thank you. And then for all the participants that completed the trial, we got them to complete an anonymous survey at the end of it, so we got a better idea about what they felt about exercising in Helen. And overwhelmingly, the results were positive. There were a few negative comments, and those 3 comments I've listed there in green for you to see. But with regard to safety, likability, comfort, usability, all largely positive, and the overwhelming majority of patients reported that they would have liked to have continued to exercise using Helen at the end of the trial. And to get an even more comprehensive picture about the utility in clinical practice, we also did some interviews with therapists across Australia and New Zealand who have experience using the REX to ask their opinions about what they think about using the device. And that was a bit more of a mixed bag. And although therapists tended to report optimistically about the use of REX, they also commented that we've still got a bit of a way to go in terms of design changes. And that was largely around the time taken to fit people into the device and measure them up, the speed of the device. We want to have more different terrain options and things like that. So these are the key findings. We did have some positive results with fatigue and function, and knowing that exercise in Helen was not passive, but there was also some inconsistent findings with regard to those pure physical measures that requires some more investigation. And to end, I just really want to graciously thank all of the participants in the trial. Without people volunteering for research, we know nothing. And so everything that we know in science with regard to these devices is because of your participation. And I'd just like to thank you so much for that.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Oh no, you're not Melissa, you're Jodie, and I should know that better than most. So we're only running short of time, so what I'm thinking is if anybody online has a question, could they please text it to 0447 298 564, and for those of us in the room, we might break for afternoon tea, and you will have a chance to chat to Jodie and Melissa at afternoon tea time, as well as we can take some of the both of them will be staying around for the next session, so we might take questions on both sessions next time, because I know you're keen to ask questions, but I'd like you to have a quick cup of tea, bring it back into the room, and we'll start with the next session right on 3 if we could, please.
Hello. I better put the glasses on. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Building Capacity Training Conference. In this session, our guest speakers will be presenting new technologies in upper limb rehabilitation. Please welcome back to the stage Melissa McConaghy, who will be discussing the new Hands Up Upper Limb Intensive Program from Advanced Rehab Centre.
I'm sorry if you thought you'd heard the last of me. So yes, I'm going to be talking about upper limb rehab, and I've got my colleagues here who will be ably backing me up in that. So again, like I started before, what we wanted to go through in our upper limb boot camp, which is what we created, is why it was so unacceptably poor. And so what we looked at is, I'll break down some of this literature here for you. 66% of patients have paresis following stroke admission, and 50% remain without function at 6 months. Only 5 to 20% achieve complete functional recovery. Patients engaged in activity for only 13% of the day, and that's research from 2004, and I'd have to say that it hasn't changed dramatically since then. Upper limb rehab really only contributes about 4 to 10 minutes per day, and typically only about 30 to 40 reps per session. CIMT, which Louise is going to talk about a little bit further, is accepted, but less than 65% of therapists use it. Practice of task-specific functional upper limb movements in only 51% of upper limb sessions. So not unlike the lower limb research that I was presenting before, outcomes of upper limb are even worse than what we see in walking and gait. And therapists overestimate therapy time by about 28% or 17 minutes per hour. So even though they're doing an upper limb training session, they're actually overestimating the number of repetitions and the time that's spent in that therapy program. So prognosis of upper limb post-stroke, we know that people don't typically improve their upper limb post-stroke as well as they do lower limb, and there's lots of reasons for that. It may be where the stroke actually occurs, the severity at onset, it might be where the lesion is actually located, whether it's on the outside of the brain or whether it's more in the mid-centre of the brain. That can actually affect where it happens, the size of it. We don't really know typically in a clinical context unless we actually use something like TMS or an MRI to see what tracts are still viable and still intact. There's one particular tract called the corticospinal tract. If that's actually impacted, either from a stroke on the outside of the brain or the inner internal capsule there, we know that recovery is going to be impacted, and you may not return that discrete function and that fine motor control again. So we might be needing to explore more gross motor function and compensatory trainings, but we wouldn't typically know that in a clinical setting because we don't always have access to TMS studies. There is spontaneous recovery. We know that people will typically recover some function after stroke if possible, but spontaneous recovery is not typically enough. We know in walking, if you want to get from A to B, you will typically get up and try and walk from A to B, usually and hopefully with guidance. But upper limb, there tends to be this learned non-use, this helplessness, this habitual non-use that people adapt as well. And so you're not forced to use your upper limb like you would be lower limb as well. And that certainly contributes to the lack of function that we see in a lot of our upper limb patients as well. And then that leads on to secondary impairment. So you get soft tissue changes, you get secondary weakness because you're not using the upper limb. You might have spasticity that limits function as well. So in terms of accepted theories in upper limb rehab, the goal of rehab is not only to increase repetitions, but also to engage attention and effort. And we do that because the more interested and engaged you are in a particular task, the more likely you are to give it your all. And that's really important. Salience and task-specific practice is what's going to carry over into real-world function, which is what we were talking about in the last presentation. And increasing therapy time really comes from, leads to increased outcomes, both in the acute and subacute setting. So what we were talking about before with the LEXO, we want to overall increase the number of repetitions that you're doing. It's very important that the repetition is high, but also that the level of intensity is also high, as is your engagement level. Monotonous exercise, which is what can be, what often leads to lack of interest, lack of engagement, can provide worse retention of skill. So it's not uncommon for you to be set up with an activity that you need to complete 300 repetitions of, and it might be a really boring task with not a lot of progression, not a lot of engagement, and not a lot of challenge. Those are the tasks that are not going to achieve the long-term outcomes for your upper limb function. Physically guiding a movement can decrease motor learning. This would be for all the bow bar therapists out there. But sometimes if we actually help as a therapist, we guide that movement, sometimes we can actually take away some of the error and the ability for you to learn that moving that way is not appropriate, it doesn't work, it hurts, it's inefficient, etc. So there's just a balance that we need to accept as therapists about how much we can get our hands on you and how much we actually need to have you practice. And something like robotic devices, they will actually guide a lot of the movement for you, opposed to goal-directed task-specific function where you might have an activity where the outcome is what is actually measured, and how you get there might not be as big a significant contribution. Robotic therapy can decrease recovery if slacking is tolerated. Again, this is just enabling you to let the machine do as much of the work as possible. And we talked before about that passive function in the lower limb, where that actually was found to be really useful. In upper limb, it tends to be less useful if the machine is doing more of that manual function for you. Learning is error-based, so how you learn and how you recover some of your movement, you need to make those errors in order for you to learn and reprogram your brain about what is efficient and effective for you. So an upper limb example might be you reach for a glass, and this might be a very typical movement pattern, because it's much easier for you to try and do this and draw in the muscles that work than try and draw in muscles that might be much more efficient for you, and that can obviously lead to a lot of pain, a lot of impingement, a lot of discomfort that way, but it actually gets you to the task, and you continue to do that because that's the only way that you can get your arm to achieve that particular task. And so as a clinician, we might want to come in and actually revise that and try and encourage you to do that, but obviously it's incredibly frustrating if you can't do it. And then over time, monotonous practice of that, you might just completely abandon the task. And that's why we have to look at ways that we can make you more efficient and get lots of repetitions, enrich the environment, and typically that is around the robotic context that we were mentioning before. All right, so the desirables of robotic use. I was talking before around getting you set up in a therapy session, upper limb training session, where we're wanting you to do 300 repetitions, because again, we know repetition needs to be high, intensity needs to be high. How do we then make sure it's really engaging for you, and how do we make sure that it drives neuroplastic change? So neuroplastic change is, again, making sure that we can make those efficient pathways within your brain and prune away some of the more redundant pathways that are leading to compensatory movement patterns. So we want to drive neuroplastic change, and the way we do that is with intensity, specificity, so it's very specific to the task, it's very specific to the outcome that you want to achieve, and it's very relevant to you, and where possible trying to reduce some of those compensatory movement strategies that you've adapted. We've talked about creating an engaging and motivating environment. This is absolutely crucial. If you are bored out of your brain trying to achieve those 300 repetitions, you're not going to do it. It's like anything, there's a reason why it's $1 billion industry, the personal training industry, because somebody's there telling you what to do, they're making it interesting, exciting and engaging for you. You need sensitive assessment tools, and as good as we can be as clinicians, we can at best often only eyeball. So we can, we're very restricted in what we can look at in terms of the minutiae of less than grade 1 muscle activity. So if you can't really move your limb very much, we can't do much to eyeball that and be objective in that. So we need equipment that's sensitive enough to pick up the minutest movement, either for range of motion, for strength, for pressure, all those sorts of things, because we're fairly limited as individuals to be able to capture that and act on that. Interactive feedback, again, if you make an error or you make a successful movement, being able to get immediate feedback and reward or notification around that is really important as part of your learning process as well. And we also need to make sure that you can do whatever you're doing in the clinical setting in an outdoor real-world context as well. So typically your therapy needs to be variable, and it needs to be random, and it needs to be contextual to what you're going to do when you go home. So if it might be picking up a cup in the clinic, it needs to be very much associated to when you go home, how are you going to do this, where are you going to do it, what cup are you going to do it with, what's going to be in the cup, and how you're going to make sure that's a successful movement at home as well. And for the reasons that we talked about before, if it's more relevant to you, you're more likely to do it, and therefore it's daily tasks and daily activities that often form the basis of what you're doing in a clinical context, so that you can go home, repeat that, but it also has an impact on your daily function. And where possible, we want to enable independent practice. So whatever we do in the clinic, we want to be able to set you up for a homework program so that you can practice that at home, or if you're practicing how you bring the cup to your mouth in the clinical setting, every time you do that at home, you're thinking about what you've learned from your therapy session. And ideally, it needs to be a cost-effective and practical model and easy for you to set up so that you can transfer that into a home-based setting as well. So that's why we started to introduce a lot of robotic devices into our clinic as well. So we've invested really heavily in robotic devices, which is why I'm here talking about upper limb therapy in this session. So we've looked at what the limitations are in upper limb rehab, and as we've mentioned before, a lot of that comes back to the same things we talked about with lower limb, is we typically don't get the number of repetitions, we don't have the level of engagement, we don't have the level of enjoyment, we don't have the cognitive investment in the program, and it's not translating into real world change. And so what we looked at was bringing in some of these devices, and so this is a device here, you can only just see the base of it. Oh, I'm trying to go backwards, sorry. Does that go backwards, please? Can I go 3 slides back? Hang on. I found it. Sorry. So there's devices here. This is the Miro, and this is basically like a massive iPad. And what's beautiful about this device is if you've got neglect, which means you don't really acknowledge one side of your body, you can style the computer-based software so it only works on that side where you have neglect. And it's a touch screen, so not only is it interactive, it does computer games, which again, for the reasons I said before, are incredibly motivating, and we really struggle to get people off this device because it'll be pitched at the level of that individual. So if somebody's got cognitive impairment, it might just be coloured dots that you have to touch, and therefore you are moving your arm because you get a reward, you get points, or you get a big bang if you actually touch the dot. And what's really lovely about these devices is you can set the parameters and the range for each individual. So if I can only move that much, then I will set that as my range for the patient, and then I might say, yes, I want them to be able to work at up to 100% of that range, or let's just get them working at 50% today. And so the game will actually be rescaled and recalibrated to that much movement. And that's fantastic because then you can intrinsically move that range as they continue to improve. And so there's internal algorithms in this software as well. Once they achieve one level, it will move them on to the next level. If they create too many errors, it will take them back a level. So again, we're constantly enabling individuals to feel reward and satisfaction and achieve those gains, which means they'll come back and do more practice. So getting somebody to do 300 repetitions on a device like this is almost easy when you compare that to setting up a station at a table, and you've got a target that might have a bell that they have to ring. You can see the difference in that context immediately, and that's where we can use computer interactive software and robots to really enable us to get the dosage in therapy. This is another device here, which is really lovely because we really struggle to be able to help people with opening out their hand. So if somebody's got a lot of spasticity, it's really difficult to release. To release if you're holding onto a cup and you need to release. If you've got a spoon or a knife and you need to release, it's really hard. This device will actually give you immediate feedback about how much active work you're doing to release, and if you can't, it will start passively and then you can override the device. And so what we found with this device is it's absolutely lovely for people. It'll start off passive, take the hand through range, stop people fighting against it, and that's the first thing, is learning how not to fight against it. And then it'll actually start to guide some of that active assist, and then over time you can build in some of the active movement. And we find that there's some lovely carryover. If we do this for 20-25 minutes before a session, then people can practice that active release, and then they'll come over to a station and then they can actually practice on different tasks and objects that same release movement that they've been practicing, and they're primed for it. We've got other devices where we can actually look at different ranges of movement. So things where we put sensors on the limb, so it might be on the wrist or the shoulder or the hip. We can actually gauge range, and as I said before, we're not sensitive enough as humans to eyeball that kind of movement, but with this technology we can actually identify 4 degrees of movement, 5 degrees. That was 6 degrees better than yesterday. That's fantastic, let's keep going. And so it's that kind of building on success each day, and we get reports back which are very, very motivating for individuals. And then you can go back to old school rehab immediately after you've primed with a particular robotic device, and this is something that somebody might take home. So you'll practice on the robot in the clinic and the computer interactive software, set them up in a translational activity in the clinic, and then that's what you're going to go home and practice. Maybe another 300 repetitions at home with the view to coming back to the software tomorrow, and let's see what you can achieve. And there's some really lovely devices that can go into lots of different movements and really facilitate movements that as individuals we can really struggle with in therapy. So this is just a Pablo, which you will end up playing a game doing this particular movement or this particular movement, and you'll do hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of repetitions of that particular movement, trying to put a fire out or whatever it might be in the game. And then you've got blaze pods. So as you continue to improve, you can be really reactive and dynamic with your movements as well if you're much higher level. So this gentleman here is reaching down, reaching out to turn off different lights, and they're randomly coloured. So he has to touch with his left hand, left foot, right foot across this space. So he's got to be thinking, cognitively demanding, and also stretching out his limbs. And that would be for somebody that's quite high level. So our upper limb intensive really demands the same focus that we spoke about before. We want to be looking at people 3 times a week in the clinic for about 2 to 3 weeks, just as a kickstart, setting you up for what you're doing at home. We look at motor activity logs to try and build that into your daily rehab as well. How do you make your bed? How do you get the dishes out of the dishwasher? Let's try and focus on all the ways that you could incorporate what you're learning in clinic into what you're doing at home, and trying to build up to those 5 or 6 hours of rehab a day as part of your daily life. So if you're interested in more information, I'm really happy to chat in the question time. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And we're welcoming back to the stage Dr. Jodie Marquez. Well, give Jodie a warm welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so the purpose of my presentation this time is to tell you about a new device. Thank you. Come on, I'm trying to cling back time here. Is to tell you about a new device which has just been developed through a collaboration with some partners in Newcastle and Sydney, and the prototype's ready now to start trialling in a research project. And before I do that though, in order for you to understand the principles on which it's proposed to work, I'm going to take a step back and talk about some of the principles of recovery and why this type of device is needed. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so Melissa really covered this, but really what we're talking about is why do we even need technology in upper limb rehab? And really the statistics tell the story. So we know how common stroke is. Over 55,000 people had a stroke in Australia last year, and 2/3 of those suffered from arm weakness as a result of that. 3/4 of them. And we know that of those 3/4 of 55,000 people, that 2/3 of them will not regain full use of their arm. And that's despite maybe receiving intensive rehabilitation therapy. So we know that what we're currently offering is inadequate. We need to continue to search for better therapy options for our patients so that we can maximise recovery. And that's what we're doing with the use of technology. And we know that there's going to continue to be more and more strokes as we as a population continue to age, because age is a risk factor for stroke. So it's not a problem that's going to go away, it's only going to get worse. So we need to continue to strive to find better therapeutic tools for our patients. So we need to think about what we do in therapy and what we know about what works in therapy so that we can try and build that into the technology that we're developing. And you know that when you have a stroke, you lose blood supply to your brain, and then that area of your brain dies, and those cells do not regenerate. That's a dead spot in your brain that will continue for the rest of your life. It will not receive any messages from your body, and it will not send any outgoing messages from that section of your brain. And we always talk about this term neuroplasticity. And what that means is we've got this dead spot in your brain, so we need to look for other pathways to try and take over those roles that have now been lost. And in this diagram you can see a fancy MRI scan called a connectome that really gives you a good pictorial representation of the density and the complexity of the connections in your brain. And you can see that dead spot there. Nothing's coming in, nothing's going out. So some of those fibres around it are now going to have to take over those functions. And you've probably seen this diagram before. This is called the homunculus, and it's a pictorial diagram of the areas of your brain that are dedicated to different parts of your body. And the interesting thing to note is that, your brain isn't divvied up equally. The amount of space that's given to specific parts of your body is determined by the specificity and the importance of those body parts. So in your brain, we have the largest representations for your hand and your mouth. And that's not really surprising, because those two functions are what makes us uniquely human. The ability to articulate language and the ability to manipulate tools. So our brain has already designated the biggest parts of it to those areas. So if you had a stroke that affected the arm and hand area of your brain, then essentially what we need to do is to get the surrounding areas to take over those functions. That's what neuroplasticity or re-networking is. And the only way you can do that is to drive that change in your brain is through therapy and practice. And as Melissa was saying, the way that you need to do that is through lots of repetitions, high volumes, high intensity practice, and it needs to be task specific. So if you want your brain to relearn new jobs, then you need to tell it that it needs to do that through lots of practice. It's a bit like a muscle. So if you want to strengthen your biceps, then you need to put a load on it to make it strengthen. And if you don't use it in a way that requires that strength, then you'll get weaker. So your body will continue to adapt to the demands that are put on it, and so does your brain. And interestingly, it's not just in response to injury. Your brain is changing every day. Every time you think something, connections are changing. So even though we say we need to, front load rehab in that first 3 months because that's when you get the most benefit, but we now know that it doesn't matter how far past your stroke you are, you can still get benefit. If you engage in therapy, you can still change those network patterns in your brain. It becomes harder, but it's still possible. You just need to put the right demands on your brain. And the other thing is that we know, in addition to high volumes, high intensity, the practice needs to be task specific. So if you want to learn how to reach and pick up a cup again, then you need to practice those specific components. You can't just practice strengthening your triceps because your brain doesn't store movement patterns that way. So for me to reach and pick up a cup, not only do I have to turn on my triceps, but I have to turn off my biceps. I have to turn on my wrist extensors. My hand will already be open by the time it reaches the cup. So all of those things happen in a sequence. So I can't just practice strengthening an isolated muscle because that's not going to help me improve my function. So when we talk about task-specific or functional retraining, that's what we're talking about. We need to practice the components of the function you want to improve because that's the way that we store movement patterns in our brain. So Melissa's already talked about some of the limitations of the therapy that we already offer. It's labour intensive, it's time intensive, and more importantly, it's boring. I'm sure most of you have been in therapy where you've had to move beans from one cup to another over and over, and it's very hard to maintain any motivation for any period of time. And if you want to change your brain to be able to do that, you're going to have to do that lots of times. So often motivation dies before the potential for recovery does. Yep. And it becomes even more difficult if you have a lot of weakness. So if you can't actually perform that and you need assistance, well, that assistance might not be available. And if you continue to fail at that task, then it's even more demotivating. So there's been a few advances. Essentially, we've been doing the same things in rehab for the last 40 years, and I know Melissa and I have been chatting about how exciting it is to be working in rehab at this particular time, because there's so much hope that there's new advances on the horizon, and we're exploring all these new avenues to help recovery. But we still are really at the beginning of this journey. But over the last 10 or so years, there's been some advances. Probably the earliest one was with electrical stimulation, and some of you may have experienced this in your own rehab. And it's really just placing surface electrodes over the muscles. Your brain can't stimulate those muscles anymore, so we can do that with electricity by placing electrodes on the surface and giving them a jolt to get them to contract. So we've been doing that for a while. In its simplest form, it's as pictured there, just with using a TENS machine to stimulate muscles. There are a lot more complex devices which are now available. What we do know is that it needs to be used in a functional way. So just as it's set up in this diagram, the stimulation is set to assist the functional training. Another recent advancement is this idea of haptic feedback, and we're just learning more and more about the importance of sensory feedback to help functional retraining. And in the way that it's being administered nowadays is generally through a glove or a hand device, and it's just providing some sensory stimulation to the hand, generally while you're performing some computer-based activity. And we know that sensation is really important for movement because it guides what the contraction or the muscle force that we generate. So if you look at the picture of the 3 cups there, essentially you need to do the same motor output, you're reaching and grasping, but depending on which of those cups you're going to pick up, then the force that you generate is going to be very different. So if you're picking up the plastic light cup, then once your hand touches that cup, you get some sensory feedback to your brain to tell you how to remodel your force so that you don't, the cup doesn't slip and drop, but also so that you don't squash the cup and break it. Right? And if you picked up the heavy metal cup, then the sensory feedback you get when you initially pick that up will then remodel the force that you generate in your hand so that it's appropriate for that weight and that size. So sensory feedback is really important in helping us to learn motor output. And then the other type of innovation has been virtual reality. And since the development of Wii Fit, there's been this growing interest in putting virtual reality into rehab settings. There's essentially 2 different types, and this is this kind of gaming application where essentially these 2 ladies are playing tennis and they're manipulating the people on the screen by their own hand movements. The other type of virtual reality is called immersive virtual reality, and that's generally administered through goggles or a visor, and the person is immersed in the artificial world and they perform tasks in that environment. There's lots of advantages with virtual reality in that it can be more fun than your normal-based therapy. You can compete or play with other participants. It can be very goal-based, so you're trying to achieve a goal that is very visible to you. There's an endpoint, which is often very helpful as well for motivation. And you can set the challenge specific to the individual's level. So there's lots of advantages to VR. But now engineers are developing this new generation type tech, and the device that I'm talking about is incorporating these components. So it's immersive virtual reality that's administered through a headset, It's got EMG triggered stimulation, so you wear a glove device. It has electrodes in that glove device so that when you initiate the movement to try and perform the functional task, it will provide some electrical stimulation to help facilitate that movement. And it also has other sensors in the glove to provide you with the sensory stimulation related to that activity. So, for example, if the virtual task you were doing was to wash your hands under a tap, you would get the sensation of the warm water on your hands as you're performing that task. Okay, so let's have a look at the device.
Bathroom with all the modern assets. Light and shade, designer fittings, a sought-after wardrobe. It's virtually reality.
I'm in this beautiful bathroom and I'm about to learn how to brush my teeth all over again.
For stroke patient Steph Ho, this world is part of a new and improved treatment.
I'm about to approach the toothbrush and try and pick it up. And I have it, I can feel it, and I'm about to brush my teeth.
It's engaging and completely immersive, a long way from tried and traditional therapies.
As a 22-year-old kid, I had no idea what a stroke was. I also didn't know what I needed to do and just how much was required of me to even get anything back.
More than 50,000 Australians have a
So just to talk about the research, it's about to start. We're going to run the trial out of 3 centres. There'll be a site in Sydney, there'll be one in Tamworth and one in Newcastle. To be eligible, to be a participant in the trial, you need to have some loss of function in your arm, but you need to have a little bit of movement in your arm because you need to be able to initiate some movement for the electrodes to pick up that initiation of movement. You need to have limited contractures in your hand because we need to fit your fingers into a glove. So if we can't open your hand, then you will be ineligible as well. And the other criteria is that you can't suffer from motion sickness. So if you can't read in a car or you can't go on a boat, you're probably not going to like the experience of virtual reality. And so just to conclude, technology is definitely going to play a part in rehab in the future, but it's really important that we conduct some research trials to make sure that therapists and patients can guide the development of that technology. So I'm really, really relying on patients' inputs to make sure that the technology is developed in the way that you want it to be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jodie. Our final speaker for today's conference is Lauren Christie. Lauren Christie is an occupational therapist and a PhD candidate at the University of Sydney. She has over 15 years of clinical experience in neurological rehabilitation and has held clinical leadership roles in Australia and the United Kingdom. Lauren's PhD studies have been focused on the implementation and sustainability of constraint-induced movement therapy, CIMT, programs in practice. In 2016, she was awarded New South Wales Health Translational Research Grant to conduct the Australian Constraint Therapy Implementation Study arm of the Active Arm, a mixed method implementation study that evaluated whether constraint-induced movement therapy could be translated into routine practice across 9 therapy teams at 5 hospitals in southwestern Sydney in Australia. Lauren has published in peer-reviewed journals, presented at international and national conferences, provided training in CIMT implementation in Australia, and has been awarded over $400,000 in research funding. She currently holds a role with St Vincent's Health Network Sydney as the Senior Implementation Science Research Fellow, Allied Health and co-joint role with St Vincent's Health Network, Sydney, and Nursing Research Institute at the Australian Catholic University. Join me in giving Lauren a warm welcome.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome here today. Today I'll be presenting a little bit about the work that we conducted around the implementation of CIMT in routine practice in southwestern Sydney, and also talking a little bit more about our future directions and some research that we're shortly due to get underway this year. So just to start off with a little bit about CIMT and what is it. CIMT is an intervention that was initially developed in the 1970s to overcome upper limb impairment after stroke. Since that time, there's been a range of different protocols published within the literature. However, for it to be a true CIMT program, it must have these three core components, which I'm going to go through now. The first is intensive graded practice using the affected arm. Within the original protocol, that was for up to 6 hours of training per day for a 2-week period. However, there's now variation in terms of the amount of practice that's recommended daily during a program, with our national guidelines now recommending if someone's receiving CIMT, they should be doing at least 2 hours of active intensive practice per day for at least 2 weeks. The second core component is wearing a mitt on the affected arm, on the unaffected arm, and that's to encourage as much use as possible of using the affected hand in day-to-day life. Again, within the original protocol, it was recommended for up to 90% of total waking hours. Within our national guidelines now, with more research published, it's recommended that it's worn for at least 6 hours per day when you're doing a CIMT program. And the final component, it's a transfer package. Now, the transfer package is a series of behavioural mechanisms to support generalisation of the skills that you're working on in therapy into using your arm within your day-to-day life. So before a program starts, a contract is set in which it's determined what activities you will have the mitt on for and off during your program. And generally, a lot of the contract relates to safety requirements. You'll be expected to do homework each day of the program, and there's other monitoring mechanisms where the therapist checks in daily to monitor adherence. Before I go any further, I think this is really important that I mention that there's a different type of therapy that's known as forced use therapy, which is where someone simply is instructed to put the mitt on their non-affected hand and do as much practice as possible using their affected arm. Some people here might have had experience with that. The issue that we have is that when we've, within the systematic reviews that have been published, forced use therapy does not have the effect on improving upper limb outcomes that we get from CIMT. So for it to be a true CIMT program, we must have these three core components. Now, it's worth me just talking about, because we have been talking about a range of different interventions this afternoon, who is and who isn't suitable for a CIMT program. So within CIMT, it is an intervention in which people must have some level of existing active movement. Generally, it's required that you need to be able to open and extend a little bit in at least 2 of your fingers and your thumb. There have been some early trials done with people who have less movement than that available, but unfortunately at the moment we just don't have the level of evidence to support those type of programs as what we do with those with people have some available movement. So the easiest way for us to check whether someone might be suitable for a CIMT program is something called the flannel test, where we simply ask you if you can pick up a face washer off the table and let it go using any grip available to you. And so if you're able to open your fingers a little bit and let it go, then you're potentially going to be suitable for a CIMT program. Within the research, it's really important that I also note that a lot of the time there's been quite a lot of stroke survivors who've been excluded when they've been conducting those research trials. And this is for a range of reasons. In terms of ensuring from a research perspective that there's not confounding factors that might impact on the results. So generally people who have cognitive impairment, severe issues with pain or restrictions in their range of movement have been not included within the trials. However, when we're looking at using CIMT in practice in a real world setting, we really should be considering it as an option for anyone who has learned non-use of their affected arm, who's interested in improving their upper limb function and who has that available movement that I've just discussed. So why is it that I feel so passionately about CIMT? One of the key reasons is that CIMT is currently our only upper limb intervention listed in our National Stroke Guidelines as a strongly recommended intervention for improving arm activity after stroke. With the recent updates to the guidelines, it's also now been demonstrated to be an effective intervention in terms of improving weakness after stroke as well in the affected upper limb. But what we know from a recent audit of our 110 rehabilitation stroke units across Australia is that less than 11% of eligible stroke survivors receive this effective intervention. So we've got a real gap between having a really strong research evidence base showing that this intervention works and what's happening in day-to-day practice. In my previous clinical role, where I was working in Southwestern Sydney Local Health District, this was quite concerning. We had within our district a higher number on average of stroke admissions than elsewhere within New South Wales. We also knew at the time of starting this research that CIMT was predominantly offered by private providers at a significant out-of-pocket cost to stroke survivors. It was generally costing people around $5,000 to $10,000 to receive a 2-week CIMT program. Where I was based within southwestern Sydney, we had 14 of the 20 most disadvantaged suburbs in New South Wales fell within our local health district. So our local population could not afford to be paying for CIMT privately. In addition to that, we also have less private providers in our area than the per capita average in other local health districts. And this is for an intervention that should be offered routinely for those who are eligible based on our national guidelines. And so that was a big gap in practice that I felt that we needed to address. So hence why we conducted the Active Arm study, and this was a collaboration with the University of Sydney, Southwestern Sydney Local Health District and the Ingham Institute of Applied Medical Research. So the aim of our study was to look at whether we could develop an implementation package focused on getting therapists to change their behaviour and increase how regularly CIMT was offered in practice across 9 therapy teams at 5 hospitals in southwestern Sydney. We were interested in if we provided therapists with the right type of supports, could they deliver CIMT programs more regularly? What sort of outcomes were achieved when CIMT was delivered in a real-world setting, whether teams could recruit enough people to regularly offer this intervention, because again, that hasn't been explored. How do people feel about this particular type of training? And we also did an economic evaluation looking at the costs and cost effectiveness of delivering CIMT, because for the policymakers, that's always what they want to know about. So we know from the existing literature and also from a series of focus group interviews that we conducted that some of the biggest barriers to delivery of CIMT is that therapists lack knowledge and skills about the core components of the intervention. They then lack confidence in their ability to deliver programs, and there was also some concerns around resource-related barriers. So we developed a series of a package of interventions to help them support overcoming those challenges. We gave them audit and feedback every 3 months about how their practice was being conducted. We delivered a series of two-day training workshops to increase their knowledge, skills and confidence. And we ran a monthly community of practice. So each team nominated a local team champion, and we then provided them with ongoing coaching and mentoring to help them problem solve any ongoing barriers to using CIMT in their practice. We put up some reminder posters. So one was targeted at therapists, so to encourage them to think about, have you considered who might be appropriate for CIMT this week? And the other one was targeted at stroke survivors, and we put it up on wards or in gym areas, encouraging people to ask about their suitability for a program. And then we offered a little bit of face-to-face support the first time they provided CIMT. So this is what our study looked like. Just the other final key point is that when stroke survivors received a CIMT program, we then asked them if they'd be willing to share their program data with us, so we could look at whether their outcomes were consistent with what we would expect from what had been published. And at the end of the 18-month period, we did some further focus groups to work out what had worked in terms of changing therapist behaviour, and also what further supports would they need to embed CIMT in their practice. So if you just look at this graph here, we were really excited with our results. What we found was from less than 3% of eligible stroke survivors being offered CIMT at the start of our project. After we delivered that behaviour change intervention, we saw a significant increase in the proportion of eligible people who were offered and then delivered a CIMT program. By the end of 18 months, we had 80% of eligible people being offered a program and 50% receiving a program. So we still have a long way to go in terms of improvement, but just to let you know, when we look at the implementation research, a 10 to 15% change in therapist behaviour is considered good. So the fact that we got almost a 50% change, we were really excited about that. The other really exciting thing was that we then withdrew the support, and 6 months later we measured again, and those therapy teams had maintained their change in practice. So they now offer CIMT regularly to those people who are suitable for it. The other really exciting thing is for stroke survivors who receive CIMT, we saw really impressive changes in terms of their upper limb function, again consistent with what we would expect from the published research, which was great. And this is after only a 2 to 3 week CIMT program, so it was fantastic to see those changes in upper limb function. We also measured again 1 month after the CIMT program and found that those improvements were maintained, which again was excellent to see. We also interviewed stroke survivors about their experiences of receiving a CIMT program. I found this really interesting when we first started this work, to find that we knew this intervention worked really well, but no one had really explored stroke survivors' experiences of receiving this as an intervention to find out what their thoughts were. So we interviewed 45 stroke survivors about their experiences of completing a program. And they let us know that some of the key things were around having the right social support to be able to adhere to a program, so strong support from family, other group members, and from the therapists and allied health students. Particularly for those in the inpatient setting, they found CIMT was a great way to fill the time. So if we go back to Jodie's point around people only doing a couple of minutes of practice per day, this gives us really good evidence that in fact this can be a really helpful intervention in terms of improving function, but also as a way to fill the day. There were some barriers. People did find that it could be fatiguing, particularly from a mental fatigue point of view, and I think this just really highlights the importance of us tailoring programs to the individual. We can't be doing this in a stock standard way. We need to be considering each individual's needs. But finally, people saw some really great improvements in terms of their arm function that helped to support them to return to really valued activities. We actually had some people who reported that they felt by doing the CIMT program and their improvements in their arm function had helped to support them to return to work, including one person who was a truck driver, another person who was an air conditioning mechanic, and a lady who was a hairdresser. So that was really fantastic to see. So leading on from that, some of the ongoing challenges with delivering CIMT programs, though, was that sometimes one of the biggest issues for people accessing a program, or the reason why they declined, was a lack of transport. It's really difficult to have to go in for therapy daily, particularly as an outpatient, every day for a 2 to 3 week period. So over the COVID-19 pandemic, I've been working closely with some colleagues in the UK and New Zealand on some resources to look at delivery of CIMT via telehealth. And we've been very lucky to receive some funding to run a trial this year from the National Stroke Foundation and also St Vincent's Clinic to run Recite, which is our remote constraint induced therapy study. So we'll be working with 3 hospitals across Sydney, and my colleagues in the UK and also colleagues in Chile are going to look to replicate the study as well within their local context, with view that we can then pull the results. We're going to be delivering a 3-week tele-CIMT program with increased involvement of carer support, and have developed a range of written and video resources to help support delivery of the program within the person's home. And we're very hopeful that this will then improve accessibility of this intervention. In terms of the resources that we've developed, we've made them all freely available on this online website. We've also developed a series of therapist learning resources, so training videos to help clinicians become more familiar with CIMT. We've developed all the templates and forms they could ever possibly need to deliver a tele-CIMT program, so that basically all you have to do is visit the website, download all the resources, and then the therapist is ready to go in terms of running a program. And I hope that in future sessions we'll be able to share the results with you of that study. And that's it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share that with you today.
Thank you, Lauren, very much. And we're now opening the floor to for questions and to the people online, so that they can ask Melissa, Jodie and Lauren questions with the help of Michelle Sharkey.
I'm going to be doing the running again. I just want to give out the number for the online texting. So it's 0447 298 564. I hope I've said that slowly enough. 0447 298 564. And I'm aware that we're running a little bit over time, but I think this is an important enough session that we might just open it up for a few sessions, and it won't be a huge issue, I think, if we go over time. So we've got one here from Lee.
I'm sorry, this is not really a question. I'm from WAGS on the Central Coast, and some of our WAGS members go to Paulette Van Vliet's, and they have the machines that Jodie's talking about, and they all rave about them, yeah. So they're very good.
Thank you. Any other questions at all from people about... Oh, there we go. Louise. Oh, you're behind me, love.
Hi there. My question's for Jodie. How would I be able to get involved in the trial that you're about to start? Because I had my stroke 19 months ago. I've got some movement of my left arm and fingers and elbow and shoulder, but obviously not much more. So my hand likes to close more than it does open. But I can, manipulate my hand to open up, because I stretch and massage it all the time, and I have Botox treatments every 4 to 6 months. So I'd be really interested in the study that you're about to start.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear that you're interested in the study. I can provide you with some more information, if you like, specific to the trial. Yep.
I've just got an online question that I might ask. Do we know the long-term effects of using LEXO, Helen, or EksoNR beyond, say, the 6 months mark? And any results from any research or individual cases that come to mind?
I'm not aware of any long-term. Most of the studies looking at RC, like randomised control trials, are looking at follow-up at 3 months. I can think of one example where there's a 6-month follow-up, but nothing beyond that I'm aware of. I think my gut feeling to answer that question is recovery and walking ability and maintenance long-term after stroke is an ongoing event. So I think using something like the LEXO might improve your independence, your gait speed and your distance, but if you don't keep up with that, you will lose those improvements quite rapidly. So it's hoping to get you up to a level and then finding a way to maintain that long-term.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Our research trial with Helen was the first worldwide trial with the Rex bionic exoskeleton, so there's no long-term data on that at the moment.
Any at the back? Oh, at the back, sorry.
With the fact that I live in the rural area, is it possible to do all of this without having to participate in the trial? Do the Botox, do the TENS machine, do the exercises, or do I need to have special permission?
I think it's more equipment.
Was that in relation to Jodie's trial or CIMT?
The trial that we're just going to start is just a satellite trial at 3 different facilities. It's the first trial where we're collecting some pilot data. From that, what we hope to develop is a device with a telehealth platform that people can then use at home, and it will be a virtual reality telehealth platform. So you put on the visor so that it feels like I'm sitting right there with you while you are doing the therapy. But that's going to be another year down the track before that trial starts. Yeah.
You want a question?
Mine is more of a comment rather than a question. Watching, I think that the TV media has given a false impression of these exoskeletons. They'll show a disabled person being put into an exoskeleton. He gets up, he walks, marvellous. You know, this is the way of the future. They're here now. Go down to your local chemist and buy one. I mean, this is the impression you get from the media, and from what I've heard today, it's nowhere near the truth at all. So I think the wrong message is getting out to the general public about these exoskeletons.
Are you indicating that the media may not be quite truthful there? I didn't think you were implying that.
I definitely support that view. But a lot of that is driven by people's interest in them as well. So I've run other trials where we don't use robotics and nobody's interested in hearing about those trials. You get a robot for one day and every news media in the country wants to talk to you about it. So a lot of it is market driven as well. So I can offer you therapy that I know works where you sit for 2 hours and move beans from one cup to another, or I can offer you therapy with a robot that I don't know whether it works or not, and I can guarantee that more people will enrol in the trial with the robot than the tried therapy. So a lot of it is driven by market interest.
And the reality too is that we're not at any late stage with any of the sort of devices that we're talking about here. There has to be research into them so that we can prove that they're going to be great long term. And part of what you said was the marketing. And researchers need money. And unfortunately that's the way of the world, and they're not always going to get it unless they start marketing what they're trying to research. Would either of you like to comment on that?
It's a really difficult position for me as a researcher because I'm forced into these collaborations with industry, and we come at things from two different perspectives. So their agenda is to make money and to market a product, and my agenda is to see whether it actually works and whether marketing it is appropriate. So whenever I do a presentation, it's always about, this is research, we can't guarantee any benefits, but I go to functions with the media, with the engineers and the developers, and they will, sell it as, the new next best thing. So it is a difficult position to be in. But what I want to emphasise is that most of these devices start off as the brainchild of an engineer in their garage. And a lot of them never make it anywhere, and it really is so important that we conduct research before they get to that marketing stage, because you all need to have an input into the development of those devices to make sure that they're what you want them to be.
And this, sorry Mel, you wanted to say something?
One more thing to that comment. I completely agree with what you're saying about marketing of exoskeletons, but I also think it's a very exciting space to be in at the moment, because it is just the infancy. And I think we've watched another device come out into Australia that's just launched recently that's got electrical stimulation built into the device. And I think once this starts to happen and the speed of the exoskeletons improve to more of a functional walking speed, and maybe even the introduction of other technology, we're now looking at EMG signal amplification as well, which is going to be mind-blowing. So already they can pick up the smallest amount of innovation of a muscle and amplify that to create robotic movement. If you put that into an exoskeleton, they're not there yet, but once they start to do that, it really will be a very exciting takeoff. But I'd say we've got another 5 years to 10 years down the track for that to happen. But it is happening, and it's happening rapidly. So they're talking a lot of things, and it's very sensational, but it will happen and it will come.
Just another online question, which actually that segues into very nicely. As a lot of these robotic devices are costly, do you see these devices being used in public funded settings? Because at the moment, really access is through either private facilities or research trials, really.
I can say as a private purchaser of these devices, they are coming down in cost rapidly as technology improves. So yes, I do see that happening. I think we've got to start somewhere, and we have to have an appetite and take up and get the research done in order for all clinicians to be on board. I think a lot of people will always go for shiny new gadgets, but the purpose of research is to make sure that it does what it says on the tin. And I think once we can prove that, once the technology improves, the price will come down. And already things like the LEXO, they're a third of the price of the next best thing, which means it does become affordable for public hospital funding and things like that. So yes, I do think it will start to see these devices in rural and more regional areas in the not too distant future.
So I was just going to add on that as well, Michelle, as a researcher who has now developed an interest in health economics as a result of doing this project, I think it's really important for us as researchers to be aware of that as well, is evaluating the cost effectiveness of these devices, because if we can show that something is cost effective in terms of improving patient outcomes, then we've got a much better case study to take forward to policymakers to get these sorts of devices into public health.
Definitely. And just in terms of, I guess, a general question, do we know roughly how much any of these devices would cost?
I know of some that are close to $250,000.
So things like the exoskeleton Locomat, which has previously been the only device in Australia that was available for gait training, that's about 1.1 million. The LEXO is now 300,000, so already a third of the price. Some of the upper limb devices range from 50,000 to 300,000, depending on what it is and what body parts and whether it's got the immersive VR, etc. in it. But none of that is outside the realm now of fundraising opportunities for public health. It just needs the appetite that I mentioned before and the fundraising capacity to get those on site.
Indeed. Do we have any more questions from the floor? Did you want a question?
Just a statement on that last comment. I just comment on that last statement.
the fact that they are so expensive, but it's not being charged to an individual because they're being used for more than one person. Is that correct or not?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't really understand the question.
What she's saying is, will it pay for itself over time? We're talking cost effectiveness, we're hoping.
On investment is profound. For the LEXO device, you either have 3 people walking a person on a treadmill at, $100,000 salary individually, or you get somebody on a LEXO device at $300,000 paid off over 5 years. So you've got to look at the cost economics to make sure that there is going to be a return on investment, sure.
But the answer is definitely yes, that there is a good return ultimately, which is great, because in terms of any devices, we want them to be cost effective, or they're never going to be put in place. Louise, you had another question?
As I said, I've received Botox treatment, and there isn't really a lot of information that I can find on that. But I know from speaking from experience, when I do have it, I am able to do much more with my hand when the Botox is fresh, and it lasts, about 3 to 4 months before the hand starts closing back up again, which is what it's doing now while I've got my little brace on. Have you thought about running a trial alongside someone who's had Botox and then have the trial and see if running them together to see what benefits would be, with having a patient have a Botox treatment which stops the spasticity, and then make the most of the movement that you get from your hand or fingers, or because where I have mine is mostly in my wrist and hand. So just to see if running them side by side would benefit to get the most movement as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. With any research trial that I run, I never preclude people from continuing with ongoing or alternate therapies, because I think that's denying them therapeutic options. So certainly if you have Botox, the ideal is that when you have the Botox, you then participate in as much therapy as you can to strengthen those muscles and get functional use of them. So that would pair really well with any of these types of research trials.
And my understanding is that the research indicates that you get a much better outcome from Botox if it's done in conjunction with conventional therapies as well, and shouldn't be really administered without the follow-up from an OT who knows what sort of function is looking to be received and returned.
I've had 4 treatments, and from treatment 1 to treatment 4 has been really good in movement. But I don't really have any function yet, but it's still got movement. I can clasp onto things like that. So it does work.
Oh, it does work. But and yes, I'm not saying it doesn't work. What I'm saying is that research has indicated that you get a much better and longer comeback with the movement if it's done in conjunction with conventional. Okay. I hope you're seeing a good OT. Yes, excellent. Okay. I always put it out there for OTs. Any further questions? There does not appear any more questions online, so we might get you to draw the session to a close, Brenda, and introduce Lynn.
Yes, I will. Look, thank you very much to all the presenters, Jason, who was on video, and Melissa, Jodie and Lauren, and we would be able to get them. Lauren, thank you very, very much for coming and presenting today. Jodie, thank you very, very much for coming and presenting today. And Melissa, thank you for coming and presenting today. Can we give a great round of applause for the wonderful sessions this afternoon? Thank you very much. Now, before I go anywhere, I've been given tasked by Rachel, and I'm scared of Rachel, so I'll do it.
Rachel.
Everyone has an evaluation form on the table there, and I know I've seen some people busily filling them out, but Michelle will not let you leave this room without having filled them in. And I'm actually going to be one of these people in the room who's imprisoned here until I've done it. So make sure you fill in your evaluation form. And I'm going to hand back over to lovely Lynn Glanfield to close the afternoon. Oops, I've got to grab all my stuff.
And before you go anywhere,
oh.
I've just got a little something for you. You've done a lot of work this afternoon. So thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you very, very much.
And we all know that's like sending coals to Newcastle, don't we, people? Yes, we do.
I did say to Michelle this morning that Brenda looked like she had a big session this afternoon to chair. So anyway, look, I know everyone's keen to go, so I won't keep you here very much longer. I think we've had a very full day, a wonderful day, catching up with people that we haven't seen for a while, which has been really great. But just before I do close today, I just wanted to introduce my fellow board members. You met John, our president, this morning. Judith Thornley, our Vice President, has had to leave to go and meet her husband. We have Stuart Chalmers, Jim Towers. Hand up, Jim. Ming Wang. And you might have met his lovely wife earlier. She was here. And Pam Short. So I feel very privileged. I think we have a very cohesive board, and it's great to be part of the board of Stroke Recovery Association. So I'd also like to give a big thanks to Michelle and the team, to Rachel, wherever Rachel's disappeared to Jeannie and to Carol for organising such a wonderful day. It really has been fantastic, and it's the first time we've live streamed. So professional, and I think things have just gone so well. It's been wonderful. So if it was our goal today to bring you information about current stroke services and therapy, I think we've achieved this. Yes. From developments in telestroke, TeleRehab, community services, and advances in physiotherapy and lower limb rehab, and current research that's being undertaken that we've learned a lot about this afternoon session. I think we've heard from some really great health professionals, passionate health professionals who have presented today, and have actually just to know how much is being done in the area of stroke, from acute stroke treatment through to rehab and to research. This is ongoing. And I was writing little comments as I'd written my little notes, and I think Jodie confirmed that this is a really exciting time. I said to Lauren, when I was setting up the stroke unit at Blacktown Hospital, we were really excited to purchase a light gate, and now look what they have. So it's fantastic. So it's wonderful to have such passionate stroke clinicians with us. So again, a big thank you to all those clinicians that were here today, online or in person, presenting. So if we can just give those people a round of applause. And don't forget, the day isn't over. We've got a break to go and freshen up, have a little bit of a rest, and be back down here for a cocktail party in your finery starting at 6 o'clock. And then back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Great, thank you.